So no additional instructions are being requested?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. Ms. Benjamin?
Turn off all lights. You already did your interview in the courtroom.
Sure, well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Y'all be seated. Welcome back. Okay, members of the jury, please pay attention to my preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have found the defendant guilty of one count of first-degree premeditated murder. The only issue before you in this phase of the trial is to determine the appropriate penalty. The penalty for first-degree premeditated murder is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Before proceeding further, it may be helpful if you understand how the penalty phase is conducted. The attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the penalty phase of this trial. What the lawyers say during the opening statement is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the attorneys have had the opportunity to present their opening statements, the state and the defendant may present evidence. Witnesses may be called upon to testify under oath. They will be examined and may be cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. In reaching your decision as to whether the defendant should be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole or death, you should consider all the evidence presented at the penalty phase and all of the evidence that you heard during the guilt phase of the trial. After you retire to deliberate, the first thing you will do is to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating factor. If you do not unanimously agree that the state proved at least one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. On the other hand, if all of you determine the state has proven the existence of at least one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt, Your next task will be to determine whether the defendant has proven the existence of one or more mitigating circumstances by the greater weight of the evidence. Once you have determined the existence of the aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances, you will weigh whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the death penalty and whether the aggravating factors outweigh any established mitigating circumstances. Finally, you will decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. Regardless of the outcome of the weighing process, the law neither compels nor requires you to determine that the defendant should be sentenced to death. Let me explain some of the key terms that you will hear during these penalty phase proceedings. You will need to understand these during this phase of the trial because the attorneys will use these terms during the presentation of evidence and in their arguments. Additionally, you will need to understand them in your determination of whether the defendant should be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole or death. First, the term aggravating factor. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must unanimously agree that an aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt before it may be considered by you in arriving at your sentencing decision. The aggravating factors alleged by the state in this case are: 1, the murder was committed for financial gain, and 2, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated murder without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was a product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, in order for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. The next term that I wish to explain is the term mitigating circumstance. A mitigating circumstance can be anything that might indicate the death penalty is not appropriate for the defendant. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. In other words, a mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. Whether a mitigating circumstance has been proven and how much weight should be given is an individual judgment by each juror. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but instead need only be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. The next thing I want to explain is victim impact evidence. Once the state has presented evidence of the existence of at least one aggravating factor in either the guilt or the penalty phase of the trial, the state may present victim impact evidence. Such evidence is only presented to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the loss to the community by the victim's death. Victim impact evidence must not be considered by you as an aggravating factor. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and my instructions on the law. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your decision must be based on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. During the penalty phase, the court will take recesses, and you'll be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, Leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use them to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices during deliberations. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and will deliver them to you without delay. The penalty phase must be tried by you only on the evidence presented in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct. Let me start that sentence over. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the penalty phase. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the penalty phase. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about the case face to face, you must not talk about the case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by our jurors unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference regarding the existence of an aggravating factor or an appropriate sentence, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your sentencing decision in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. It may be necessary, as it was in the guilt phase, to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, it will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary. You should not draw any negative inference from the fact that I call a sidebar conference. Most of the time I call a sidebar conference to simply discuss matters of law that may need to be resolved by me, or to clarify with the attorney some point of law or fact that may take a little more time to discuss. Mr. Mizrahi, would you like to give an opening statement?
May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On Friday, after over 5 years since Velvet Burns was discovered brutally murdered, over 5 years after this defendant entered a plea of not guilty and has been presumed innocent, your verdict found the truth about his responsibility in this case. Your verdict spoke the truth that this defendant is criminally responsible for the murder of his wife. And now, all 3 people responsible for the murder of Velvet Burns have been held accountable. Partial justice exists for Velvet Burns, but your job's not over. Now you must recommend to the court, to Judge Carbula, what sentence she should impose. Nothing that we do here today and tomorrow will change those 39 stab wounds. They won't change Velvet Burns' fight, and they won't undo what those 3 human beings did. And it's true. Either sentence, life without the possibility of parole or death, will result in this defendant dying in Florida State Prison. But the question is not about that. The question that you have to answer today and tomorrow is, what is justice? What is fair? What is justice and what is fair on this case with these facts for this man, for this family? The state submits, yes, we are recommending that you recommend to the court that death be imposed. But we recognize this is not an everyday exercise. There will be no pounding on the podium, no bloodlust. We recognize there's another human being in this courtroom. And we will not demand, just like the law does not demand, that you vote for a death sentence. But we are going to advocate for justice, for fairness. Because this murder, as you already know, this murder was an aggravated murder. This murder was not just, if there is such a thing, a premeditated first-degree murder. Because through the guilt phase, we have already established 2 aggravating factors beyond it to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. The first is that the motive behind this crime was financial, pecuniary gain. And it's one of those aggravators that we as a society have agreed upon, that if the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the motive behind this was financial, that is a basis under which a jury can recommend death. It's because greed is a deadly sin. Greed cuts to the core of what it means to be human or not. And that has been established by the evidence through the testimony of witnesses and the testimony through his own text messages, the word of this defendant, when he said that divorce was just going to cost too much. We established the financial affidavits that Velvet Burns was searching in 2017 that this defendant knew he was going to have to fill out. Through Lewis Howard, who uncovered the skimming that was going on at Little Man Electric for the pocketing of cash, even though the money was never filtered through the business. And mind you, the defendant was going to finish the jobs. He was just arrested. He was going to finish the jobs. The Little Man Electric wasn't going to see that money, and it took this defendant's arrest for Lewis Howard to figure that out. Divorce was just too darn expensive, and that motivation is an aggravating factor. The second, and I submit to you, more aggravating factor, the more significant aggravating factor, is referred to as cold, calculated, and premeditated. Remember, premeditated murder requires only an instant of reflection. But the law says if there is substantial time between the decision to kill and the killing, and there is no legal or moral justification, then it is cold, it is calculated, it is aggravated, and in and of itself is worthy of consideration for the death penalty. Premeditation can be formed in a second, but this case wasn't about seconds, it wasn't minutes, it wasn't hours, it wasn't days. It was weeks and weeks, even months, where this defendant had made the decision that divorce was too expensive. I know you may be considering the concept of, wait a second, he paid a lot of money. Why is divorce so expensive? But it was more than that. It was financial gain, sure, but it was also the setup of having his wife out of the picture so he could have his girlfriends at various houses. It was also the life insurance. All of this went into his cold, calculated, premeditated plan. The coldness and the calmness with which this defendant used his teenage son to construct a fake alibi. The calmness and coldness of knowing that his daughter's graduation was the ticking clock that required the job get done. The lack of justification, either legally or morally, to this crime. There are situations under which, although not legally or morally justified, there is some level of justification. If a person goes out and hurts the person that hurt their child, or if it's a gang retaliation, maybe that's not legally justified, but there's some moral justification to it. No. This was just cold, calculated, heartless, aggravated, and deserving of the death penalty. Since we have proven two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, you will be able to hear from the victim's family. And of course, those aggravating factors you will have to find on your own beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously, and that'll be the first step in your process. But we will present the victim impact, and you are allowed to hear from it, and you are allowed to consider it because the law allows for that. But it's very clear that it is not an aggravating factor and should not be included in your weighing process. But you're going to hear, really, you've already heard some parts of it, but you're going to hear details about the beautiful woman that Velvet Burns was. Beautiful both inside and outside. And you're going to hear how unique she was and what a great loss to our community her murder did. So, after considering all that, you will then hear mitigation. Mitigation, mercy, whatever you want to call it, is for you to decide. The death penalty is true, is never required, and it's true, mercy can be bestowed. But I submit justice, where justice exists, mercy is earned. Where justice exists, mercy is earned. Like Stephen Hand, like Amanda Love, who absolutely received mercy for their parts. But it was earned. And there is a giant consideration: the two stabbers in this case did not get death. Fact. And you should, consider that. But it makes me think of a kindergarten defense. Well, Johnny didn't get in trouble. Billy only had to say he was sorry. How come I got punished? And it's not about the justice for this defendant. It's not about this case and this crime and what he deserves. Is this defendant earned mercy? That's for you to decide. The other mitigation in the case is, again, for you to decide. The questions you're going to have to answer is, one, whether it was even proven that this mitigating factor exists. And mitigation could be anything. It doesn't really mean it's mitigation. You need to be very, very careful about what you hear and about whether or not it actually is mitigating, whether or not it mitigates his responsibility to the harm that he's caused, it lessens it, or is it just a fact of his life? Because facts of his life are not mitigation. I guess they could be, but every fact of a human being's life does not make it mitigating to this crime, to this man. For example, is the fact that Jerry Burns never met his biological father?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I submit there's going to be evidence that he never met his father. And then you will have to decide, not me. Is the fact that a person never met their father mitigating for the crime? And if it is mitigating, does it outweigh the cold, calculated, and premeditated pecuniary gain of this murder? That Jerry Burns was a co-owner of Little Man Electric and was respected by his clients. It's a fact. Is it mitigation? And is it mitigation that outweighs the aggravation in the case? Jerry Burns could teach valuable electrical skills to other inmates in the Florida Department of Corrections. Could do that. It's a fact. But is being able to continue what he dedicated his life to in freedom, is allowing him to continue to do that after conviction of murder justice? Is it justice? Only y'all are going to be able to figure that out. The state of Florida submits that there is no mitigation in this case that outweighs the aggravation of Velvet Burns' murder. And that you should, not required, but you should recommend the ultimate punishment for this crime and for this man.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Ms. Schlax, would you like to give an overview?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court? Counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dorfman. After a very long week, you all decisively made a decision holding Jerry Burns fully accountable for his wife's tragic and horrendous death. That is a fact. Under our law, you held him fully accountable. The legislature, in its infinite wisdom, sat down and said, when we are dealing with first-degree murder, there will only be 2 possible penalties. The end result, he will never walk amongst us. I don't say that in any way to attempt to garner any kind of sympathy. That was based on the choices you all found that he made, that he brought on himself, and his punishment is absolute. He will not walk amongst us again. But the legislature also recognized that the determination of that final punishment can be equally satisfied, because if not, it wouldn't be a lawful option for you. And that's the law in this case. You will have, I suggest, the most powerful position that you've ever held in your lives, short of the decision to bring a child into the world. You are being asked to make the decision of whether or not Jerry Burns must atone ultimately through his execution or living day after day after day behind bars, atoning for what you have found him guilty of. Now, first, on behalf of the defense and even Mr. Burns, let me sincerely thank you for all of the effort, all of the sacrifice that you all as individuals made last week. You came together ultimately and made a decisive decision. You spoke as one voice. Today is far different. Today is a very different proceeding. Today, you will each and ultimately tomorrow. And to manage your expectations, I do not think we're going to have the intensity. I think we will get out of here at somewhat of a reasonable time this evening. We will have a short witness tomorrow, and then we will proceed to our closing arguments and ultimately the very difficult decision that you all have, individually, morally. What is right for this case, for this man? You judged the case last week. Today and tomorrow, you judge the whole man. And so it's daunting to try to take someone who's lived an entire life and give you a full sense of who that person is. And let us always be reminded, no one should be judged entirely on the worst thing they ever did. And I will not insult your intelligence to suggest this is not the worst thing he has ever done. But what you will learn is that Jerry Tommy Burns is so much more than his actions of October to spring of 2019. He's a man, he was 50 years old in the spring of 2019. And he had lived 50 years in a certain way. He had grown up, you're going to learn, and we won't belabor it, but we want to give you a sense of what his upbringing was. He was one of 10. What you are going to hear is that it's a little unusual because even at now 55 years old, Mr. Burns does not know who his biological father is. Quite frankly, depends on who you ask. What he did grow up with, he was one of 10 siblings. Because of the age range, you're talking 21 years from the oldest to the youngest. The older children, he was one of the youngest, the older children would be in and out of the house. He was raised by a woman named Mary Bynum, who we always called Mom and believed was his mom. Only to find out years later from his sister Missy, and you'll hear from her, that in fact on their birth certificates, it lists another female. But Mary Bynum was the mother that he knew, was the mother that raised him. She raised him to do the one thing that she felt so strongly herself about, and that was work. They were somewhat of an impoverished family. A lot of times they all slept in the same room. A lot of times there were holes in the clothes. A lot of times Jerry Burns would be ridiculed at school. A lot of times food was a little scarce. Tommy Burns and his sister Missy began working literally just out of elementary school, doing pork chops on the grill, doing lawns, trying to work. He left home at a very, very early age. Why? Well, his home life wasn't the best. His mom, for all of her wonderful attempts, was not a loving, touching person. Kind words were not very often. Christmas gifts, non-existent. Times were tight. But he was taught and lives every day of his life to the following edict: you work for what you have. And so that is what Tommy did. You're going to hear so much about his life and his general spirit, and you will hear story after story that he was a truly generous person. You're going to hear from the neighbors in this small community, a community that was devastated by the loss of Velvet Burns. And you're going to hear about the year after year of the good deeds that Tommy Burns would attempt to do around his neighborhood. Why? Because that's just what he did. You're going to see and hear the testament to Tommy Burns' greatest accomplishments, and that would be Kayleen and Colby. For you've already heard during last week, and you will hear more, Kayleen and Colby were not only the apple of his eye, his cherish, they were his children that he loved and adored. Never missed a game, never missed a gymnastics meet, because it was the thrill, the absolute thrill of his life. You're going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, from some experts who've spent time with Mr. Burns. And what will be critical and hopefully helpful to understand Tommy Burns is his IQ. She's going to explain, we've all heard that, oh, so-and-so Einstein has such and such an IQ. I urge you to listen carefully to Dr. Harper. Dr. Julie Harper is a recognized forensic psychologist who spent a tremendous amount of time with Tommy Burns. And she'll lay out, from a psychological standpoint, his IQ deficits, what having a low IQ can mean in terms of functioning and processing and being easily manipulated. You will hear all of this evidence, ladies and gentlemen, and we urge you, lean in. Now, it is understandable that many of you just may feel an overwhelming emotional anger. That is contemplated under the law. And one of the reasons I submit to you that the victim impact affidavits are so important to be heard and read in this majestic courtroom, because the sanctity of life is a beautiful thing, and we cannot forget the loss of Velvet Burns. But that loss is not an aggravating circumstance. The emotion that you may feel for some of the choices that Tommy Burns made are not aggravation. We have a specific process that we use to go through this process. And the law recognizes that each one of you individually will look into your own hearts and soul, will look into what you believe is appropriate You'll come to learn that life was one of honor. That life was one of dependability. He showed up. All day, every day. That's who Tommy Burns is. We believe when you look at all of who Tommy Burns is, you will want to save his life. To put him in the Department of Corrections, where he will wake up when they say he wakes up, where he will eat what they say he eats, where he will do whatever they say. Behind bars, alone, atoning for what you have found him guilty of. We appreciate your time. We urge you to please lean in and make the right moral decision for each of you individually. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Mr. Neurology, would you like to call?
Yes, Your Honor, we proceed with our victim impact, beginning first with Colby Burns.
May proceed, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, Mr. Burns. Good morning. Jury's already met you. Have you prepared a victim impact statement regarding your mother, Bill?
Yes, sir.
And it's important that you go slow and you keep your voice up. Okay? The mic is yours.
My mother, Velvet Burns, was a beautiful person, both inside and out. She was always devoted to her family and friends. She was a person of light in the community. She always was there to help anyone around. My mom would put everyone else above herself, always so giving to everyone, and she had the kindest heart of all. She had a smile and a giggle that was so infectious in a way that you couldn't help but smile back yourself, and soak in all the joy from being around her and in her presence. I know that my mom would have loved being a grandma and a soon-to-be mother-in-law again. She had many ways of gathering all the friends and family together. She was able to do that in the form of her exciting and eventful parties. Two of her favorite parties that there were our annual Halloween and Christmas parties. Some of the Halloween parties involved us carving pumpkins, and with our competitive nature, each of us tried to have the most creative designs and see what everyone else came up with. The Christmas parties were the best. They consisted of a huge dinner, games, and the craziest and most exciting activity of all, the snowball fights. My mom would place pantyhose over solo cups and fill it with flour, shove cotton balls inside, and would top it with some more flour just before tying them closed. We would have at least 100 snowballs. She would fill at least a couple grocery bags with them. The night would be going, and all of a sudden, we would be pelted with a snowball from someone on the roof, and then that started the game. Many more would fly from all directions. The flour would poof all over us. She enjoyed every minute of these events because everyone was smiling, having a great time, and her family was all together. Everyone around could not help from having the biggest smile during those times. The holidays and the snowball fights kind of made us all feel like we were actually playing in the snow, when in reality, we were all pretty toasty and warm in Florida. My mom also had many amazing talents. One that she excelled at and was her photography skills. She would take photos of every event she could, from sporting events to road trips, just so she could capture all the overall enjoyable moments in her life. More than anything in life, my mother loved to talk about her family over anything else. She was loved by so many, so much, so that our house became a safe haven for people to just come in and have a space to relax, being free from anything else that may be going on in her personal life. She was always open to listening to your problems, or was that one that you could just sit with and be comforted in the peace that she brings. The hurt and the heartache that my family and I have gone through is something that I would never wish on any soul. Nonetheless, I hold peace in my heart, knowing that my mom will continue to watch over me every day and will continue to be my guidance throughout my life.
Thank you, Coleman.
Ms. Ronnie, would you like to call another witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kayleen Burns. Burns, the jury's already met you as well, so just keep your voice up, speaking to the mic, go slowly. Have you prepared a victim impact statement?
I have.
Okay. And at the end, we're going to show some photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So just keep your voice up, make sure everyone can hear you.
Hi. My name is Kayleen Burns, and as you know, Velvet Burns was my mother. It's hard to sit here and try to explain to you who she was. She was so much more than these little qualities that I can describe to you. She was a feeling, a presence, and it was felt by more people than I can begin to list in this. Our last conversation was at 4:08 p.m. the day before she was taken. It's about my college graduation cap, how I want it decorated, and how she was going to bring that vision to life for me. It is really trivial to think about now, but that conversation was her, always about everyone else and how she could help them. She was the one who was always behind the camera and rarely in the photo. And to know her was to love her. She was the most selfless person you would ever meet. It was to feel loved, seen, cared for by a single soul. She was the heart of our family, and her absence has left a hole that can never be filled. She wasn't just some victim to violence. She was a mother, a daughter, a great friend, source of unconditional love, and her presence was a gift, and her loss is immeasurable. And I'd like to share with you a few moments and memories in her life that means so incredibly much to me, but exemplified who she was as a person. Starting with the most wonderful time of the year, Christmas. Her favorite holiday, by far. We started celebrating around Halloween, and the decor would stay up well into January. My mom and I would bake for 5 days straight, and I mean full days. We had all the recipes written on these little index cards, and they're covered in greasy fingers now. We worked in this perfect tandem, having done it since I was little. I still have those recipes, but now I only bake for a single day and make far fewer treats. We would have trays and trays of cookies, but we didn't keep them. We would deliver them to our best friends. To my coaches, our neighbors, our teachers, our annual Christmas and New Year's Eve parties. I think we baked enough for 500 people. Decorating the tree was something I always did with her and my brother. Even when I was away at college, she would put up the tree and fluff the branches, but she wouldn't dare decorate it, not until I came home for Thanksgiving. Our biological family was quite small, especially after both of my grandparents passed when I was young, in the 3rd grade. But my mom never, ever let it feel that way. She went above and beyond with gifts and love, as if we had a family of 20. She never ran out of these meaningful gifts or the ability to create these moments that became everlasting memories. And when I tell you she did very little for herself, not exaggerating. Even the small things she did for us, for herself, were ultimately for us. Every other Wednesday, my mom would get her nails done. And from August through May, her nails were never decorated for her. They were always decorated for her kids. In the fall, they would feature my brother's football numbers, our school mascot, some variation of red and black for the sports season, and then come January, they would switch to my gymnastics colors, black and pink. The tradition didn't even stop when I went to college. Though she couldn't attend every meet because I was over thousands of miles away, she never missed watching live. And her nails, they were painted green and yellow, even if those colors didn't match the normal color palette from her closet. It didn't matter. For her, even this small act was a way of showing her love and support for us. She lived for us in every aspect of this life. I would say she was the most selfless with her time. She supported us in all of our endeavors, and no matter how much effort it took. This included 17-hour car rides, week-long college camps, and really early morning flights. She once drove me to 8 different college recruitment trips all over the Midwest and East Coast. One of my favorite memories is our road trip to Bowling Green, Ohio. It was very far, but we made it an adventure. We binge-watched Grey's Anatomy while I watched and she listened. We took my car, and the gear shifter was in the middle console, and at one point I had dozed off in the passenger seat. All crunched up in the Mustang. In my sleep, I twitched, and I accidentally kicked the gear shifter into neutral while we were driving up a mountain in Tennessee. She screamed to wake me up while simultaneously, I'm so sorry. As she shifted it back into gear, once the initial panic passed, we laughed for a solid 30 minutes, and it became one of those stories we would retell and laugh about over and over again. She had a way of turning even the most chaotic moments into cherished memories. My parents never missed one of my gymnastics meets, even when I was a little sparkler to my level 10 days. College was a little harder due to the distance, but they never missed a live stream. They were extremely dedicated to supporting us, something I will forever be grateful for. As you've heard several times throughout this trial, her food was incredible. She had a very hard job because my family was picky. I didn't like potatoes, still don't. My brother doesn't like mac and cheese or pasta, and my dad was a steak and potatoes kind of man. Meanwhile, my mom loved every type of food. She would make 3 to 4 sides for us, so we each would have at least 2 we liked. We only ate Chinese and Japanese or anything that wasn't American cuisine when my dad was out of town working late. We had pizza maybe once every 3 months. My mom would cook us home-cooked meals 5 to 6 days a week. And not only were they homemade, but they were fresh. Between my practices, my brother's schedule, and my dad's work schedule, we ate dinner around 8, 9 p.m. most nights. But it was always fresh and hot, ready for us. And then as you heard from my Uncle Lewis, she would take dinner to our neighbors, our friends, and our family. Even with all these stipulations, my friends were very obsessed with her food. As I've said, our family is quite small, but our friends were our family. We hosted parties for everything: Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, end of summer, Halloween, Christmas. We would find a way to celebrate. These weren't parties with drinkings or drugs or what you would characterize as wild. My family didn't ever have alcohol in the house. Instead, they were filled with go-karts and 4-wheelers that my dad would fix up for us. Redneck snowball fights, gingerbread making at Christmas, pumpkin carving parties at Halloween, and pool parties galore. We had 65 kids at my 13th birthday party at my house, and it was what my mom called good old-fashioned fun. No alcohol, no drugs, just kids truly having a blast, with her behind the camera capturing it all. The thing is, none of these parties were catered. My parents made all the food themselves, from grilling ribs, low country boils, hamburgers and hot dogs. There were nacho bars, chocolate mountains, 15 different sides for everyone to choose from. Our home was the house where all the kids hung out. It wasn't just my family home that I lost that day, but a place where more than 30 of my friends found safe and felt loved. It was 3 days before Mother's Day in 2019, and 9 days before my college graduation, and it started very early to what I had lost. The excitement to walk across the stage and get my diploma, the stress of going into the real world, and the ability to be a freshly graduated 21-year-old kid trying to figure out how to navigate this life. Instead, I was navigating the loss of both my mom and my dad, as well as the only place I have ever called home, the ability to be safe in my own home. I struggled to cut up my food because it always led me to wonder, was this the kind of knife that she was stabbed with? It's really embarrassing when my soon-to-be father-in-law and fiance are having to cut up my food at 22 years old. As you heard, I plan to move back home after college. Initially, it was supposed to be a very brief gap year as I studied for my MCATs. And the idea of getting a boyfriend during my senior year felt absurd, and my mom didn't hesitate to tell me so. "Are you sure you want to start something with this boy?" she asked in this teasing tone. And looking back now, I cherish the fact that my now fiance got to meet my mom. My mom flew up to watch my regional competition in March of 2019. One night, we were hanging out at my college house when Jason, my then boyfriend, now fiance, put on one of my dresses. And it was a silly and playful moment, and I was recording him. But in this background of this video, you can hear my mom laughing very hard. And she says, "And you're sitting here letting her dress you in front of her mom." And it's a small memory now, but I played that video almost daily just to hear her laugh and to make sure it's ingrained in my brain. Jason and I had only been dating for a short 3 months when he got on a plane that day, on May 9th, to face my darkest days with me. After what happened and before the arrest, we were terrified, unsure what would happen if they would come back to get our family. Jason and I took turns sleeping at night. We only watched cartoons, hoping they would suppress the nightmares. We moved houses every few nights to avoid being predictable. I was supposed to be excited about graduating college and finding my purpose, but instead I was terrified that my mom's killer would come back to finish what they started. It was a nightmare I never thought I'd face, and yet through it all, Jason stayed by my side, helping me survive these impossible days. My then boyfriend and I eventually, Jason, bought a house in New York, and his entire family came to help us move in, and I had to excuse myself and cry, not because I wasn't grateful, because I love his family very much, but because all I could think about is, where is my family? Where's my parents? This was supposed to be, again, an exciting moment, but instead I found myself secretly crying in the bathroom. I'm almost done, I promise. On July 30th of this year, Jason got down on one knee and asked me to marry him. And of course, I said yes, but once again, I cried, and I'm sure you can guess why. One of the reasons it took us so long to get engaged was because I dreaded facing that day. And I know how it sounds, the idea of planning a wedding, but the idea of planning a wedding without my parents felt unbearable. It's a day that puts on full display of just how much loss there is. And now I'm planning a wedding without the guidance of my mom. She wasn't there to help me pick out my wedding dress or find my venue, and she won't be there to help me get ready or wipe away my happy tears. I also have to face the fact that my dad won't be there to walk me down the aisle, to see me in my dress, or to witness me becoming a wife. and then there's the future. There won't be anyone for my children called grandparents on my side of the family. No one offered me advice or guidance when I become a mother myself. I was the quintessential daddy's girl, mama's world. I talked to my mom at least 4 to 5 times a day, and my dad 1 to 2. I was blessed with a life most people would dream of, and I'll never shy away from that truth. But the past 5.5 years have been filled with a sadness that can't be erased. It's been about grieving the loss of both of them, trying to find my trust in people again, because of the life I thought I knew feels like a facade now. My life will always be divided, before May 9th and after. Through her love, her laughter, her endless sacrifices, and her unwavering presence, my mom left an undeniable mark on everyone she touched. She wasn't just my mother, she was my anchor, my biggest supporter, and my best friend. And the void of her absence has is impossible to fill. I'm so sorry. But the memories she created are treasures I will carry for the rest of my life. Her legacy isn't just the love she poured into our family or the tradition she made so special. It's the way she taught me to be strong, selfless, and compassionate. She showed me how to lead with love, even in the darkest times. My mom lived her life for others and never asked for recognition or anything in return. Her life was a gift, and through her time with us tragically cut short, her impact will last forever. And I will always strive to live in a way that honors her, carrying her memory, her lessons, and her love with me in every chapter of my life. For me, she wasn't just the heart of the family, she was the heart of the world I knew. And though it will never feel complete without her, I'm endlessly grateful for the privilege of being their daughter.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. We're going to show the jury what will be entered into evidence as state's composite 1 for the penalty phase. It's a series of photographs. They should show up on your screen. If you could just let the jury know the purpose behind each photograph and what it represents to you.
So as I referenced, she was always behind the camera. So we made someone at one of my brother's baseball games take a picture of her so we could document that she was indeed there. So this reference one of our Christmas parties, we'd always make gingerbread houses. And this was in our garage, but there's like 50 people with a bunch of gingerbread houses, just all trying to have a competition. This was one of our New Year's Eve parties, and this is the aftermath of a redneck snowball fight. It kind of looks like snow, or you can make believe. This was at the end of my 13th birthday party. Some people had left, but these are all my friends and family, and who felt safe at my house. Again, one of our parties. This was our pumpkin carving party that Colby referenced. Again, big competition, but just family fun. These are green and yellow nails. This is my college, but just referencing her nails, they matched nothing, but she wore them with pride. And then that is my senior meet. My brother's football, and my brother's baseball. She's very proud of her nails.
That's all the victim impact evidence we have, and we do sort of right potential rebuttal of the state of rest defendant.
Reflect.
Governor, because of the time, I'd like to please call Maureen Thompson on Zoom.
Of course.
Just go slightly out of order.
Now, we think that we have wired your screen so that you'll be able to see what's there on your screen. If not, of course, you can rely on this.
And I apologize, Your Honor. We had a discussion this morning and we decided to keep it here.
Okay, my apologies. So we're gonna just pay attention up here.
Sure.
Good morning. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please state, you put your hand down now, ma'am. Can you please state your full name? Spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Marie Thompson. It's spelled MERIETHOMPSON.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Schlett?
Yeah, please, Lord. Good morning, Ms. Thompson. Can you see me?
No.
Okay. Well, good morning. You told us your name is Marie Thompson. Where are you right now, ma'am?
I'm at my house, sitting in the kitchen.
And in fact, is your house on Doris Lane?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
How long have you lived in that house?
Where I'm living right now, I've been out here between 35 to 40 years, almost 40 years.
And ma'am, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
80 years old.
And ma'am, are you currently married?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
Wiley Thompson.
And how long have you been married to Mr. Thompson?
35 years.
And do you all have a lot of children?
Well, actually, we only have 5 kids.
And how many grandkids do you have?
I only have, I don't know, really.
Let me,
I have a lot of grandkids, a lot of great-grandkids, and I got 3 great-great-grandkids, so I got a lot of kids.
is it fair to say that there'll be a lot of people coming over for dinner for the holidays?
Oh, yes, ma'am. For Christmas Eve night, there'll be about 45 people.
And ma'am,
All together.
is it true that you have been married to your husband twice?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about, number one, how close is your home to the Burns family home?
Across the street?
And were you familiar with the Burns family?
Yes, I am.
Were you friendly?
Well, it depends on what you say about friendly. We were neighbors. I mean, I knew them ever since they moved over here. I knew their kids. We had a good association. But it's staying really, really close. No, we were just neighbors because I usually stay home and keep to myself mostly.
Sure. In regards specifically to Jerry Burns, who you call Tommy,
Right.
what kind of a relationship did you have with Tommy Burns?
We had a good relationship with Tommy. Tommy used to do a lot of electrical work and stuff for us. He used to come over and help my husband if we had problems with generators or electric. He's put up bulbs for us into the lights. He did a lot of wiring for Christmas lights that my husband used to put up every year until he got where he wasn't able to. And he was always there, and he was always a person that was there to help you if there was any way he could.
Was there a neighbor, a Miss Jones, whose husband suffered from Alzheimer's?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My question was, were there times that Mr. Burns, Tommy Burns, would be called upon to help with him?
Yes, Mr. Jones would call him sometimes and he'd get up at night and go see if he could find her husband, or if she called the cops, he would get up and get out and see if he could go help him find him and bring him home. And once her husband passed away, then she didn't have anybody that lived close by her. I think her grandson was the closest that lived in St. Augustine. And Tommy used to make sure that she had gas and stuff in her generator and that was working. And also another lady that lives side of them, he kept her generator and all running for her so she'd have lights during the time we had the hurricanes.
Were these kind of tasks or chores he would do in the neighborhood, was that a one-time thing, or would he do that throughout the years that you lived next to him?
He would do it any time that somebody asked him or he knew that somebody needed help. He's a person that is, if he's your friend, he'll always be your friend. If he can help you in any way, he will. I've never known him to, to refuse to help anybody. And I know that a lot of times.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Go
cut you
ahead.
off.
That's okay, go ahead.
Living as close as you did you have the opportunity to see Tommy Burns interact with his two children, Kobe and Kayleen?
Yes, ma'am. I've seen Tommy and the kids and Velvet at the ballpark. My grandson played at the same part that Toby played in, and we would see him often. I know at different times he's put lights up out at the park when the bulbs would go out, and I know that him and her used to take Kayleen all over everywhere for her gymnastics and stuff. And he also followed his son with his baseball and things. And I think he got a scholarship to go to college off of it. I'm not really sure. I know he went to college and he got hurt, and Tommy went and got him and brought him back.
Did you ever describe Kayleen as a daddy's girl?
Yes, ma'am. When she was young and she was a little kid, I guess maybe a couple of years old or something, Velvet worked downtown, and the lady that kept her while they worked, a lot of times if Tommy had work to do in the evenings, he'd go by and pick her up from the daycare from the lady and take her to the job site with him and keep her and do his work and bring her in whenever he come in after Velvet got off.
Being so close to them neighbor-wise, did you see a lot of parties at the Burns family home?
I've seen a lot of parties for the kids' birthdays and Christmases and stuff like that. We all have parties for our kids when they're young, and they were like I was. I wasn't working at the time when my grandson was playing ball, and I went everywhere with him. And then his mom and them would come on the weekend, so they were basically the same way with their kids, because their kids was their number one priority.
You were home the day that Velvet Burns died.
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
Were you shocked to learn what had happened to her?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you even more shocked to hear of Tommy Burns' subsequent arrest and now conviction?
I was shocked of all of it because I still don't believe that he done what they say he done, because he's not the person that y'all are saying he is and trying to prove, or did prove, whichever way you want to take it. He's not the person that I know and that moved him here. I don't know what happened to him or whatever, but he's not the person that I know.
And you lived next door to him for over 20 years?
I think him and her was here about 25 years, and I was here before they ever moved in.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Mizrahi?
May it please the court. Hi, Ms. Thompson. You see me?
Hi. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
All right, perfect. My name's Alan Mizrahi. I'm the prosecutor on the case, and I just want to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Based on what you said at one of your last answers, is it fair to say that you just don't know what's going on behind closed doors?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Tommy Burns was having affairs? Did you know anything about that?
No, sir.
So that was kept from you?
I never seen anything out of him. Like I say, he was always leaving early, going to work, and coming home late at night, and I never heard any fussing or arguing or anything between the two of them at any time. And like I say, I was surprised because out here, we have never had a lot of problems in doing anything, you know, nothing especially to that. We've always been here, everybody kind of watches out after everybody else. Most of the older people that's still here, some of us has died and left here, but he's always been a different person from what y'all were saying he is
Yes,
to me, from what I see.
Yes, ma'am. And it sounds like you have a safe neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And you, in your interactions with Mr. Burns, you would agree that he would know the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Yes.
And
Yes.
does he seem to be a person that would be easily manipulated and gullible, or is he someone that would, you know, stand up for what's doing right, for the right thing?
I think he would stand up for doing what's the right thing, but you know, there's always, if you get with the wrong people, sometimes you don't always do what you need to do,
Yes, ma'am.
but you know, that goes both ways.
But from what from what you saw of Mr. Burns, he would be the kind of person that would stand up and do the right thing.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time and testimony. Mr. Schweitzer, any others by Zoom this morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to sign off from Zoom. Thank you again for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Schweitzer? Would you like to call another witness?
Certainly. The defense would call Rosemary Missy Blackwell.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear I'm going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. So,
What I'd like you to do, if you would, please, is just put your chair right at that microphone. It's got a flexible handle, so you can move it up and down. Ms. Schweitzer, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Rosemary Blackwell, Rosemary Burns Blackwell,
And ma'am, where do you currently live?
St. Petersburg, Florida.
What time did you get to Jacksonville?
I got here this morning at 7:45.
A rough trip coming over?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived in St. Petersburg, ma'am?
14 years.
And let me begin with asking, how do you know Tommy Burns?
He's my brother.
And his formal name is Jerry Burns, correct?
Yes.
How long has he had the nickname Tommy?
For as long as I can remember, 53 years.
Who gave him that nickname?
I'm assuming my grandfather, my grandmother, I don't know, they just called him Tommy, and that's what we called him.
Do you also have a nickname within your family?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your nickname?
Missy.
And how long have you had the nickname Missy?
53 years.
So the grandparents would give these pet names?
Yes, ma'am.
Who do you currently live with in St. Petersburg, ma'am?
My husband, Anthony Blackwell, and my daughter, Angel Blackwell.
And how long have you been married?
I've been married, we've been together 28 years, and we've been married 14 years.
And your daughter, I believe you said her name was Ainsley?
Angel.
Angel.
Yes, ma'am.
And Angel is 16?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently working outside your home?
No, ma'am, I have a terminal illness. I'm not able to work.
And I'm sorry to be so personal, ma'am. Have you been suffering from Huntington's disease?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a disease that has affected multiple members of your family?
Yes, ma'am.
How has it affected you?
It's emotional. It's a roller coaster ride. I'm not able to physically concentration. I'm not able to grip things like I used to, and sometimes I lose my balance. You know, and sometimes I have to get redirected on how to get to my house.
And even with all of that, do you still have a side cleaning business?
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously, you do the best that you can every day.
Yes, ma'am. I have like 2 clients.
What is the age difference between you and your brother, Tommy Burns?
I was born in 71, and he was born in 69.
And were you all close growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
You were in fact raised together?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who were your biological parents?
No, I don't. On my birth certificate, it says George. It says John and Louise. But the ones that raised Tommy and I and the rest of my siblings is George and Mary.
And that'd be Mary Bynum.
Yes, ma'am.
And you called her mom?
Yes, ma'am.
And George?
Yes, George Davis.
And George Davis was actually your step-grandfather?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ultimately learn that they had gotten married?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you learn that in relation to your life?
It was about 2 years after my mother passed. She passed March the 3rd of 2007. So it was roughly about 2 years later.
Was that surprising to you?
Very much.
Had he always been represented to you as your grandfather?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he was married to your grandmother?
Yes, ma'am. Louise Davis.
How many, you and Mr. Burns are part of how many? How many siblings do you have total?
There's 8 more. There's a total of 7 girls, 3 boys, and I'm the baby.
And take your time, but can you go through each brother and sister and their approximate age and whether they're still with us?
I can tell you their names, but I don't know their age because.
Okay. How about, if I apologize for interrupting you, start with the youngest and go to the oldest.
So, okay, that would be me, and then Tommy. That's alive? Do you want the ones that are?
Who was the next child before Tommy? Was that Mary Walker?
Mary, yes.
And
then Donald Walker, and then Jackie Fagan, and then Mary Becker. There's a lot of Marys. And then there was Ruth, and then there was Sally, and there was Marie, and then there was Carl Bynum. He was the oldest.
And is it Donald Bowe?
Yes,
Okay. But Donald goes by Bowe, correct?
yes, ma'am. Everybody had a nickname.
And unfortunately, many of your brothers and sisters have passed.
Yes, ma'am.
Who has passed?
Carl, Sally, Mary, and Mary, and, yes,
And Donald Bowe?
and Donald, yes. Oh,
Were most of your siblings unsure of who their biological father might be?
most definitely.
Did you all have a consistent father figure in your lives?
The only man that I've ever seen in our home was George.
And if we could, let's talk about your childhood. Did you grow up primarily at a home off Garden Street?
Yes, ma'am, 7005.
And can you describe that house for us?
It was a big 3-bedroom house. We had, there was 4 beds in one room. And, my mother and my grandfather, they would sleep in a bed. And then, I think Bo and Tommy would sleep in the bed, I think. And then it would be me and Mary. And Jackie, she was the oldest. So she had the front room, so she had her own. She really wasn't there because she was working, so she was in and out.
And by the time you and Tommy were born, what age difference is there between the oldest Burns child and the youngest?
Oh goodness, I have no idea. He would be about, I don't know, I think it would be 79, 80, the oldest. Yeah, so.
So roughly about 20 years?
Yes, ma'am, about 20, 21 years.
And so obviously, as you guys are getting older, the older siblings have already moved out and started their lives.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about money for a moment within that childhood home. How was money? Was money tight?
Very,
Were there times even food was scarce?
very.
And if you could, describe George for us.
He was a man that loved baseball. He liked to drink. And when he drank, he would like to get violent. I experienced that since I can remember, as long as I can remember up till 13 years old when we moved from Garden Street, because we lived there for 12 years. So I remember, that was a consistent thing with him. My mother, she worked at Kia and Cigar Factory, and he kept us while she worked. So he would drink, and he would be violent, he just, very abusive. He would take you, I mean, you want to go to the store or something, my mother may not want to take him or what have you, I don't know why or what, but he would slap her, and sometimes, he had a .22 pistol, he used to hang above the door, and when we were coming up, we were told not to touch the gun, so you didn't touch it, when you were told not to do something, you didn't do it. But, my dad he would get the gun sometimes, and sometimes he would shoot it through the ceiling in our house. Because he wanted to go to the store to get some more alcohol,
Was that kind of a terrifying experience?
Yes, ma'am, it was. I used to run and hide and cry in the closet because it would be terrifying.
And this was not a one-time incident, this unfortunately was throughout your all's upbringing?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you and Tommy kind of make the decision that you would try to create your own money?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were some of your ideas? What were your jobs?
We would cut yards, we would help people, rake their grass, that's mainly what we did, we cut grass, Tommy would cut and I would rake. He would pull the lawnmower behind the bicycle. We would have bicycles and he would take the lawnmower with him, you know, and I would carry the gas can. That was my job, to carry the gas can. And he would help with the lawnmower.
And give us an idea, how young were you and your brother?
I was 10.
And so that would have made Tommy approximately 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you began trying to earn money, did you ever stop?
No, ma'am. No.
Now, as hard as you would work at your jobs, let's talk about school for both you and Mr. Burns, Tommy Burns. How was school for you all?
As far as me, honestly, I hated school. I could not stand school, you know. And Tommy, you know, he went, but then, you know, he didn't do, you know, good in school. You know, Tommy wasn't smart. You know, Tommy wasn't smart when I was much, you know.
Was going to school and practicing arithmetic or practicing reading, those kinds of things, was that present in your home at all growing up?
Not at all.
Was getting you to school even a priority?
No.
Did both you and Tommy Burns end school much earlier than graduation?
Oh, we quit.
And about when did you quit? Do you remember what age you were?
I don't, you know, whatever age you were able to quit. You know, I do not know. That was back in the 80s, and I couldn't tell you.
Once you guys quit work, though, quit school, what was expected of you?
You know, it really wasn't, because my parents weren't like that. You know, unfortunately, you know, there wasn't really a lot of supervision. You know, I mean, you know, there really wasn't a lot of guidance and rules in my house when we were coming up. You know, they may say they were, but they really weren't. You know, and you know, if my dad got upset, if something went wrong or whatever, you know, Tommy and Mary would always get the beating. You know, I never got the beating. Tommy and Mary did. You know. And you know, that wasn't fair, but that's what he did.
Your mother, Mary Bynumville, did work extensively.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She worked at Biff Burger on Sutel when I was a baby, and then she packed cigars at King Edward Cigar Factory, and then she became the supervisor at St. Luke Hospital over housekeeping.
And
And she done that. She worked there for 15 years. She retired from there.
And although you've explained that money was sometimes tight, it was not for lack of working.
No.
Your mom worked every day of her life,
Yes.
did she not?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like that's one of the strongest things she passed down to both you and Tommy?
Yes, ma'am.
It's instilling.
It's the work ethic. Yes, ma'am. Because Tommy's a hard worker. You know, when he puts it, you know, he's a good person. I don't know what went wrong. You know, this is crazy. That's my opinion, you know. But I mean, he was a great person, and Velma, she was a wonderful woman. You know, she was an awesome lady. You know, she really was. You know, I can remember when I was dating the guy, and we weren't even married. I wasn't even expecting anyone to come to the funeral, you know. But you know, at all. And I looked up, and the guy that I was dating, his father said, he said, "Missy, that must be for you." And of course, it was Bella coming on her and Tommy's behalf, and I had no idea.
And this was evidently a personal.
Yeah, it was in 1996.
And that was just the kind of person Velvet was.
Yes, very much.
If I could turn your attention, I want to talk, there was a time where you and Tommy Burns were put into foster care.
Yes, ma'am.
And about how old were you?
I would say about 11 or 12. We were young.
And so if you were 11 or 12, that would make Tommy Burns 13/14?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And if you could, explain for the jury, how was it that you were placed into foster care and how long you were in foster care?
Like I said, I didn't like school. It's not that I didn't do the work, I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it in school. And so they called me into the office. Mr. Robert Strauss was the principal at Dinsmore Elementary. And he wanted to know what was going on at my home. Was there something wrong that I didn't want to do school? Was my clothes not washed or something? And I said, no, we don't have any running hot water. I said, I can't take a bath. And so they investigated, and back then it was called HRS. And they sent a lady out to our house, and her name was Louise Horn, and we had to come to court, and we seen Judge Safer, and they were trying to give us a case plan, but I just wasn't doing it. I'm just not going to school. I don't care what we do. I'm not going there. And so they removed us from the home and placed us in foster care. And rare, if they did something they really don't normally do, they placed us together. And I just didn't like to stay where we were. We were at Mandarin, and Tommy wanted to stay. And I talked Tommy into leaving. You know, we're not staying here. Those people are not using us to be their babysitters. You know, and we left. You know, and we got caught. You know, and we went to the detention center, and they wanted to take Tommy back, and they didn't want me, and that was fine, but I really didn't want to go back. And Tommy felt really bad because he didn't want to leave me in TDC on 8th Street. I said, I'm fine. You go back to where you're going, and I'm good. You know, I just didn't like school, and I don't know why. And we stayed in foster care for about a year and a half to 2 years, I believe.
And during that time period, were you able to have contact with your family?
No.
So when it was all over, did you return to your family home and a relationship with your mom, Mary Bynum, and even George?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it as if nothing had happened?
Yeah, like we went away to stay with a relative.
Did you ever try to work through what had caused you to have to leave and come back?
No.
Were things just kind of swept under the rug?
I swept under the rug.
As you all got close, or excuse me, as you got older, did you maintain your close alliance, I guess, you and Tommy?
Not really, because you know, I got with the wrong people, and they introduced me to some drugs, and I liked the drugs, so I became an addict. You know, and I didn't have time I didn't want anything to do with my family, you know. And not just Tommy, none of them, period. You know, I had other missions. You know, I got tied up with this wrong girl. You know, met her, thought she was my friend.
Did you in fact kind of succumb to a drug, crack cocaine addiction for a number of years?
Yes, ma'am, 23.
And how long have you been clean?
I've been clean 6 years.
Never looked back?
Never looked back.
During that time period, those 23 years, you would have some contact with your brother, Tommy Burns.
Oh yes, because my sister Mary, it was, I don't know what year, but it was the Florida Georgia game. Mary got a DUI, and she wanted me to get a hold of Tommy, you know, try to come and get her out of jail. And I didn't have Tommy's number, and she told me to get Little Man's Electric, so I did that, and I got a hold of Tommy, but you know, Tommy said, no, he's not going, and he hung the phone up. And then it was like about 3 minutes later, he called me back, and he said, what do I need to do, Missy? And I told her, I said, she's downtown. I said, I don't know. I said, you have to go down there and ask them. I said, they'll tell you what you need to do from there. I said, she says that she has a bond.
In fact, Mr. Burns had very, very strong feelings about alcohol and drug use, does he?
Yes, most definitely.
And although you all were somewhat surrounded by it as children, he actually never succumbed to
Never.
any kind of
I've
alcohol
never,
drinking and never any drugs.
never, I've never seen him ever.
And so would Tommy look out for you and your sisters over the years, attempt to help out?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
As Tommy and Velvet got married and started having children, did they appear to enjoy being parents?
I would assume yes, because I really didn't see them. I seen Kayleen one time when she was 18 months old. She came with her dad to our brother's Beau's house. They were doing, him and Tommy were doing something, and she was riding her dad's footsteps. So as far as Colby, I've never met him until this morning. This is my first time ever meeting him.
Your sister, Mary Walker, lived here in Jacksonville,
Yes,
and she maintained a very close relationship with Mr. Burns throughout the years, did she not?
yes,
And unfortunately, Miss Walker, or Mary Walker, passed away this year.
yes, October the 1st.
And was that a devastating blow for your family?
Yes.
Did you and Tommy Burns try to console one another through that loss?
Yes.
And even though he was behind bars, he was a comfort to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, do you hope to continue your relationship with your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you make every effort?
Yes, ma'am, I would. Yes, I came up here today. I came from St. Petersburg to here, so yes, I will make every effort.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Blackwell, thank you for being here and sharing your history with the defendant. How did you drive up here?
I didn't drive, I called a bus because my husband doesn't let me drive too far by myself because of the Huntington.
That's all I was a little worried about.
Yes, sir. I took the Greyhound bus. I left last night at 9 o'clock, and I had to stay in Orlando from 11 p.m. till 4:30 this morning, and then they had a bus to come up here.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
What other jobs have you done during the course of your life?
I do the restaurant. I do cleaning. I enjoy cleaning, and I do restaurant work. I'm a hostess, a cashier. I do everything but cook. I don't like cooking. I can cook, but I don't like that.
Can you describe some of the jobs of your brothers and sisters once they became adults?
Well, Tommy, he's always worked with Bo.
So Bo was an electrician?
Yes, sir. And Mary, she done warehouse work. She was a manager for Whirlpool, out there off of Amundsen in the industrial park area for GE. She was a warehouse manager for that. And my brother Bo, he was an electrician, and my sister Jackie, she was a waitress. And I really don't ever recalling hearing them say Marie ever worked. And sadly, she was a waitress and she had her own cleaning business.
Okay. And which one's married to Lewis, Howard?
Ruth, and she has Huntington disease, and she is in an assisted living facility, and she is bedridden. She can't do anything.
No, I understand that, but before the disease became debilitating, what did she do before that, do you know?
She done real estate, and she worked for Danny D Food Sandwiches.
Okay. You talked a little bit about your family upbringing, and you talked a little bit about some of the negative things, which are all fair. Tell us some of the positive things. Did your brothers and sisters support and care for each other?
It really wasn't like that.
Not at all.
Not at all. It really wasn't. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of love, or there really wasn't a lot. It wasn't. I remember when I was 16, and I went to get a Social Security card because I had lost mine, and I had put down my mother, Mary Biden, and my father, George Burns, George Davis, and the lady told me that wasn't my parents. And I asked my mom about it, and she flew off the roof. You know, I mean, we had every word, you know, but the right word, you know. It's like I asked something wrong. I was just asking, who are these people and what, you know, but no, they weren't, you know. My dad took us to a baseball game, but he always got, you know, drunk. You know,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, I don't mean to, because I know you described your parents, but I was talking more like your sisters. You said you were very close to Mary Walker, and you seemed very, very upset when she passed.
Yeah, she was like, we were very close. Mary, she went to school, you know, she took up home ec, she liked sewing. She had a job at a neighborhood store, and then she worked for Allied Van Lines, you know, and they moved furniture, so I rode on the truck with her for 6 months. We went everywhere but Alaska and Hawaii, we moved furniture. You know, so, you know, and Mary's a very loving, giving person. Mary would help you if you even hurt her, you know, if you said something bad to her or whatever. Mary was the kind of person, she'd just brush that off and help anyway.
And your brothers and sisters never were worried about who the biological father was or mother was or anything like that. They all kind of looked out for each other, is that fair?
No, we didn't wonder.
I'm sorry, say that again?
No, because we did wonder about that.
I understand you wondered, you didn't treat the defendant any differently because you didn't know who his mom or his dad were, right?
No, but him and I have the same mother and father on the birth certificate.
Oh, you knew that?
Yeah.
But Mary didn't?
No.
Okay, so that's my point being is...
Oh, no, we didn't treat anyone, no, we all loved each other, but, you know, but it wasn't, you know, a close, loving family, you know.
I understand. Obviously, the defendant saw violence in your home, as did you. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
You never saw the defendant be violent, though. Is that true?
No, sir.
And you weren't violent.
No, sir.
You saw alcohol use. Did you see drug use in your home?
No, sir, I didn't. But myself and my sister Mary were, you know, we were. You know, we got introduced to drugs. But you know, as far as me seeing drugs, no, sir.
Is it fair to say that part of your upbringing, in other words, not going to school or not liking school and being in a poor area of town, things like that, made drugs, you saw it around you, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And that makes it kind of easier to get addicted to drugs, right?
Yes.
But your brother, the defendant, he was able to withstand all of that, correct?
Yes.
And through all of the trials and tribulations of your growing up, you would agree that you were taught the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Most definitely, yes.
And that was the same house that the defendant was living in.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Rafi. Ms. Schlack's redirect.
No.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, thank you for your time. Please remember your excused. You may remain in the courtroom if you like. All right, we're going to take our morning break. Ms. Schlack, you do have your witnesses
Yes, ma'am.
before noon?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
before the lunch break?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll take 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10 till 12, and I anticipate a break for lunch about 10:30. Okay? All right, let's come back at 10. Okay, just for scheduling purposes, Ms. Schlack, who do you expect to call before the 12:30 break? That's what I'm thinking about, 12:30. I have a good time.
Honestly, it's possible that we'll get through Larry Fagan, Susan Kennedy, and Ken Jones.
Okay. All right, that's what we'll track, okay? All right, deposit one and what are the penalties. Okay, all right, anything else we need to talk about? Very well, we'll be in recess till 10 till.
Okay, the other cameraman, let me let him know.
There's going to be a change.
That's it, he's here.
They try to tell the news they have to kill their feed.
I'm sorry.
They have to kill their feed, the news.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't leave it on.
Okay.
I don't think we left it on.
I'm watching the live
Oh,
stream.
yeah.
It's pointed at the ceiling.
Okay. I either know exactly where I have it, or it's in my call file. That's the first time.
I think they said it was 15 minutes, so 11:50. 11:50. Yeah. I think they're very short. This is this is not lunch. It's just like a 15-minute break, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
10 minutes of pause.
Okay. 10. Is there any idea when lunch might be?
At 12:30.
12:30. 12:30. Yes. Thank you. Gotcha. All right, bye. Sorry. Start. You see it? Yeah.
I'm not going a little bit later. That's her goal.
Sure. I understand. Things change.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes, it's gonna come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's already turned on and everything? It is.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here.
May it please the court. Thank you. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Susan Kennedy.
And this is a very difficult thing for you, is it not, ma'am? Okay. At any time, we can take a break, ma'am. Help the jurors understand, were you Velvet Burns' best friend?
Yes, for 31 years.
Okay. I'm going to kind of start at the beginning. How did you meet Velvet Burns?
My sister-in-law knew Velvet's sister, and she introduced me to her sister, and then I met her mom and Velvet and the family.
And Velvet's sister's name was Melanie?
Yes.
And her mom's name was June?
Yes.
And it wasn't long before you guys became very, very close friends, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, your bond would be the strongest with Velvet
Yes.
and not Melanie, correct?
Correct.
And Melanie had a daughter named Kendall Gill, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I guess, first let me ask you just some background questions so that we can get to know you a little bit. You live here in Jacksonville with your husband?
Yes.
And how long have you guys been married?
28 years.
And how close do you live to the Burns home on Doris Lane?
Right around the corner, like a quarter of a mile.
And both of you all have lived in your homes for an extremely long time?
Yes.
Okay. You had a son,
Yes.
and your son and Kayleen Burns were very close in age.
They were 4 days apart.
And were they very, very good friends?
Yes, they were best friends.
And they grew up together?
Yes.
And really, your families grew up together, didn't they? And that was your entire family.
Yes.
Your husband, who you've been married to for 28 years, and he goes by a nickname, does he not?
Yes.
And what's his nickname?
Bubba.
And we met your husband, Mr. Kennedy, Raymond Kennedy, last week when he testified. That, in fact, is your husband. Okay. Your son passed away about 6 years ago
Yes.
from a drunk driver.
Yes.
And Velvet Burns and Tommy Burns and their family were a great comfort to you.
Absolutely.
And obviously, probably the most difficult thing you've ever had to go through in your life.
Yes.
I want to just touch upon living so close to Tommy Burns. You spoke to Velvet just about every day, correct?
Yes.
How often would you or your husband spend time with Tommy Burns?
It depends. We would go out and eat once a week, maybe sometimes longer. I would go over there on any given night to see them.
It was very, very common for your family and the entire Burns family to spend time together.
Yes.
And so you did have the opportunity to see them interact.
Yes.
How did Tommy Burns treat Velvet in your presence?
The majority of the time, fine.
Did they fight in front of you?
No.
Would he say unkind things to her in front of you?
No.
You all were so close that you and your husband went to Kayleen's graduation, correct?
Yes.
Because that's just how close your families were.
Yes.
And you all were close friends, and you enjoyed that relationship? You have to say yes or no, ma'am.
Yes.
And you even enjoyed a friendship with Tommy Burns?
Yes.
You were aware of how Tommy Burns was as a father?
Yes.
And how would you describe that, ma'am?
He was a great father. He doted on them. As y'all heard, he participated in all their sporting events, participated in every aspect of their lives. All the parties.
Did both he and Velvet appear to really, really enjoy everything about their kids and all of their activities and friends?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it difficult for both of them to become empty nesters?
They were dreading it.
Were you also kind of aware of whether or not Tommy Burns would help around the neighborhood at all?
Yes,
Would he?
absolutely.
What kind of things were you aware of?
I knew about him helping Mrs. Jones with Mr. Jones across the street. I knew him. They had a very dear neighbor, Miss Cheryl, next door. He would help her with anything she needed. Her washing machine go out at 9 o'clock at night, he'd go over there and help her with anything.
And is that kind of typical of your neighborhood as a whole, ma'am?
Yes.
Your own husband would do the same, I imagine. Okay. Were you also aware that Tommy Burns would work long hours?
Yes.
And did it appear like he was kind of always working?
Yes.
Was being a provider important to Tommy Burns?
Yes.
I just want to touch upon briefly kind of your view of his ability to joke around. Did Tommy sometimes struggle with not understanding, like, good-natured ribbing?
Correct.
If you can, explain that for us.
I always said that he doesn't get sarcasm. When you are joking around with somebody, hey, what's wrong with your haircut? It looks poofy or something. He would come back with an actual insult because he wasn't capable of an actual banter and poking fun at each other. He wasn't very good with sarcasm.
Just kind of like social cue nuances.
Correct.
He was a little rough.
Correct.
But y'all liked him. You liked spending time with him.
Yes.
And there were a lot of shared memories between your two families.
Yes.
You actually sat through the entire trial, did you not, ma'am?
Yes.
And you heard a lot of things that you'd never heard before. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Yes.
Did you know the person that was being described last week? I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Kennedy. It's fair to say that based on what you've learned during the course of this trial, that the defendant was not always working, correct? Were you aware of Crystal Strickland and any of that relationship with the defendant?
Not the affair, no.
Okay. We'll talk a little bit about the graduation and the defendant's behavior after Velvet's murder, okay?
Overall, let me hear a substantive.
You testified on direct that you went to Kayleen's graduation, true?
Yes.
Did Kayleen actually come home first before y'all went to the graduation?
Yes, my husband had to call her. And he told her he got her a plane ticket to be home that night.
So your husband stepped in and dealt with Kayleen's informing her of what happened and getting her home from school.
Yes.
When she came home, where did she stay?
My house.
Where did the defendant stay?
My house.
During this process, was there any indication that the defendant was involved?
Yes, because that afternoon, Colby was sitting in the truck with me after Sierra, or when Sierra got there, she came and sat in the truck with us and told me what she had said. So I knew I had to be open-minded and give him the benefit of the doubt.
Did the defendant go with you and your husband and Kayleen back up to school in New York?
Yes.
And you attended the graduation, you were present when she walked.
Yes.
Was the defendant present when Kayleen walked across that stage?
Yes.
You sure about that? Isn't it true that he stepped out to have a cigarette when she walked across the stage?
Yes.
That's true? Call the question.
May, Ms. Kennedy,
Absolutely.
Ms. Kennedy, Schlutz?
Certainly, Your Honor. The defense would call Mr. Larry Fagan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Larry Edward Fagan,
And sir, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
39.
Do you live here in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
How long?
I've lived here for about 25 years. I've lived in Waycross, Georgia for about 10 years.
And who do you currently live with?
My mom and my son live with me.
Okay. And how old is your son?
4.
And does, unfortunately, your mom suffer from some health problems?
Yes, ma'am. My mom's health issues couldn't have her come at this time.
Okay. What kind of symptoms does she unfortunately suffer from?
My mother started smoking when she was 9 years old, following after her older sister's footsteps. And they all knew that they were going to end up with lung cancer. So my mother has COPD and lung cancer.
Okay. What kind of work do you do, sir?
I am an assistant manager at Stable. I've been there for about 15 to 16 years.
And how are you related to Mr. Jerry Tommy Burns?
Jerry is my uncle.
Okay. Because your mom, Jackie, is his sister?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to some of the details of your growing up. Did you, in fact, grow up in the same home with Tommy Burns and his mom, Mary Bynum, your grandmother, Mary Bynum?
Yes, ma'am. My parents, my dad was a truck driver, so my mom was always on the road with my dad. And my parents were very young, they had us 3 kids. So my grandparents, which was Mary and George Davis, they stepped in to raise me. And during that time, Rose and Jerry were living in the house also. Tommy was like a big brother to me. Tommy pretty much was there anytime I needed something.
Take a breath. I so appreciate it. I understand that you can get nervous. Just to follow up, the person you call Rose, that's Missy,
yes,
correct? But her formal name is Rose.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you call her Rose or do you call her Missy?
No, I've always called her Missy, but I've always known her name was Rose. But ever since I was born, it's been Missy.
Okay. And so, what was your understanding growing up in that home, the relationship between your grandmother, Mary Bynum, and George?
Mary is my grandmother, George is my grandfather. They both raised me, so they were my grandparents. They were they were doing the grandparents thing. We went to trips and everything, so they were the normal grandparents to me.
Okay. And what is the age difference between you and Jerry?
15 years.
Okay. Did you actually share a room?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you've told us that while you were growing up, Missy lived in the home as well.
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
any of the other siblings live in the home as you stayed there and grew up?
From Marietta all the way up to Carl, the oldest one, they were already married and had children and everything, so they weren't living at home. It was just me, Tommy, and Missy.
Okay. And in terms of your entire family, sir, are you kind of known as the self-appointed family historian?
Yes, ma'am.
And-
I've been doing it since I was 10.
And what do you mean? What have you been doing since you were 10?
Genealogy. My grandfather because my grandfather was married 3 times, and everybody was on the confusion of who was related to who. So we wanted to find out who was actually related to who. And also my dad's family too, so I do it with my dad's family also.
Okay. And so as you're going through this process, you obviously are fully aware that there are 10 siblings.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I knew that from day one. From the day I grew up, I was raised with every one of them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is the age difference between between the oldest and the youngest Burns child?
Between Carl and Missy, there's 21 years difference.
I want to focus for just a second on what it was like growing up, where Tommy Burns was sharing a room with you, but he's 15 years older.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of a relationship did you have?
It was really pretty much like a little brother, because I was the little brother, he was a teenager. Of course, I was a pain in the mind, always up his butt and everything. And my grandmother, we lived in a 3-bedroom house, so pretty much everybody shared rooms. You know, the boys shared rooms or the girls shared rooms. And since Tommy was still there, and technically the bedroom was mine, he was already getting ready to be a teenager, so he had to share with me.
Were there times that he taught you stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Sports, taught me how to ride a bike, potty trained, pretty much actually learned how to drive when I was about 5 years old.
And that's something he taught you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you have said at that time, as you're growing up with him, was he a positive influence on you?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, he was, like I said, he was a typical teenager all the way up until he married Aunt Velvet. He was, doing the single life, typical, 19, 20-year-old dude running around. So I was there behind him, chasing behind him, riding in the car seat of the vehicle with him.
Did there come a point where Missy and Tommy were put into foster care?
Yes, ma'am. That actually happened before I was born, when my older siblings were born. But I always was told the story from, including my grandmother and Tommy and Missy. It was pretty much that Tommy and Missy was being hard-headed and didn't want to listen to their parents, so they decided to call DCF.
Okay. And so there was a period of about a year and a half where Tommy and Missy just lived with another family.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They eventually came back.
Yes, ma'am. They were there by the time I came home,
Okay.
which was a year after they were gone, because I wasn't born yet, while they went into foster care.
And when did you leave your grandparents' home?
My grandmother, I was actually with my grandmother from the day I was born until I was 22 years old. She lived with me. I moved out of my mom and stepdad's house when I was 17, and my grandmother moved in with me until she moved to North Carolina.
Okay. And were you extremely close?
Oh, yes, definitely. I was grandmama's baby, did no wrong. Even out of her 10 kids, couldn't do no wrong.
Do you remember when Jerry and Velvet actually started dating?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I want to say I was about 7 or 8 years old, and he brought Aunt Velvet around.
Okay.
And that's when I started hanging out with him and everything.
Were you actually in their wedding?
Yes, ma'am. Me and my cousin Rachel and a few of Aunt Velvet's nieces and nephews on her side of the family were all in the wedding at the time. They had no children.
How often would you see Velvet and Jerry as you became an adult?
When I became an adult, I didn't see Aunt Velvet too much because she was doing all her activities and the sports with the kids. But Tommy, I would see him off and on because of his working around my area where I lived at.
Were you aware of Tommy being a successful electrician?
Oh yes, yes ma'am, definitely, yes. He had always done that.
Did he help inspire you for your own work ethic?
No, not really, because I didn't follow my family's background because they're all in work environments, industrial. I went into medical field. I was in as a nurse's aide at Shands Hospital.
Okay.
So I went to a totally different medical field than they all did.
But the desire to work?
Oh yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The desire to do a full day's work?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is that heavily ingrained in your family?
Definitely. That's one thing they all inspired is they all had good work ethics.
Sir, did you attempt to initiate a full family reunion a couple years back?
Yes, ma'am. It was the year before my grandmother passed. She turned 74 that year, and me and her decided for her 75th birthday. At that time, all her kids was alive except for one of them. She wanted a family reunion, and I I was gonna pay for the flights and everything, but all the kids said they would not be in the room together. They could not be in one room together. They were, it would have, the police would have to be there.
So, and obviously you're one of the youngest.
No, ma'am, I'm one of the older grandkids. There's only 4 grandkids older than me.
No, but in terms of you would be closest in age to Missy.
Well, yeah, Missy's 12 years older than me and Tommy's 14, so yeah.
So you trying to get them together as they grew up, they just unfortunately did not ever form any kind of cohesive bond.
No, ma'am. At that time, all of my aunts and uncles had their own kids and their own lives, so they just didn't want to be, and they didn't want to be connected like that.
Okay. Have you described that your family gets together, unfortunately, at weddings and funerals?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, my aunts and uncles, they would communicate with each other on the phone or at the holidays, but if you really seen all 10 of them in the room together, it was either when someone in the family would die or pretty much when somebody died.
Would Tommy Burns be there for you if you ever needed anything?
When I was younger, yes, ma'am. But like I said, once I got grown, I didn't really socialize with my aunts and uncles all that much because they had their own children. So everybody was really pretty much doing their own thing.
Obviously, you'd keep up with each other on Facebook, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Major family events.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say you were completely shocked?
Definitely, yes, ma'am. Definitely shocked. Because of all people, I was in their wedding. I was there when they got married and everything. So for me, it was like a double slap in the face.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fagan.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Did I get it right? You said you're currently 39 years old?
Yes, sir. I'll be 40 in June.
Okay. And the defendant's 55. He was born in 1969?
Yeah.
Okay. So, describe what it was like living with your grandmother. Did you enjoy your upbringing?
Oh, yes. Like I said, I was a grandmother's baby. My grandmother told me I did no wrong. So anything I wanted, I got. So that's pretty much how my childhood was.
Okay. All your needs were met?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Is
sir.
that true? And did you learn the difference between right and wrong?
Oh, yes, definitely. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's one thing my grandparents did direct on me is learning from right and wrong.
Church?
We were a church-going family, but we didn't go as much because my grandmother's health issues wouldn't allow her. Plus, she was also working.
Okay.
So that wasn't beneficial, and we'd go once or twice a month, if that.
Okay, so that seems like a lot to some people. You never know. Yeah, is that a yes?
Yes, sir. We went to Trinity, so it was pretty much Trinity Baptist Church.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Would you like to call another witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The defense would call Ms. Kendall Gill. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, my name is Kendall Gill. Velvet Burns was my aunt.
And ma'am, you live here in the Jacksonville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And who do you live with?
My husband, Brian.
And do you also have children?
I have 3, yes.
And how old are your kids?
7, 4, and 3.
Okay. You work outside the home?
I do.
And what kind of work do you do?
I'm a cardiothoracic RN at U.S. Health downtown.
Okay. You've told us that you are Velvet Burns' niece. Your mom's name is Melanie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Growing up, who raised you?
My grandparents raised me.
And that would be your grandparents on your father's side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was here in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You spent a lot of time at the Burns household?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that?
Aunt Velvet and our Uncle Tommy would take us for the weekends growing up as a child. And we'd get to, do fun things with them. Or I would, once Kayleen and Colby were around, we would have sleepovers and weekends and outings and adventures with them as they grew up.
And frankly, it's hard to tell by looking at you all. What's the age difference between y'all?
10 years between me and Kayleen.
Okay. And when you described going over and spending the weekend, how young do you remember being?
Oh, I was doing that when I was probably 4. My Aunt Velvet was also sort of a babysitter for me growing up from what I hear. So she was actually more of a mother than my own mother.
And so before they had children of their own, they enjoyed spending time with you, and you have a sister, Sierra?
No, I have a cousin. Her name is Serena.
Serena, I apologize.
We are 6 months apart, and it would basically be the two of us that would go and visit.
And what was it that you loved? Why did you love being over there?
My parents were not like their parents. Unfortunately, my parents dealt in substance abuse issues, and Velvet and Tommy were a marriage and a relationship that I admired because they were together. I didn't have that growing up. I mean, I had my grandparents, yes, but as a child at that age, wanting to have parents together for long periods of time, I gravitated towards it. It was love.
One of the reasons it is so difficult for you to sit in that witness chair is because of what you witnessed as a kid, correct?
Yes.
And you also sat through the entire trial last week, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard every word, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were not things that you ever knew before?
No, not at all.
And very, very difficult to hear.
It's not the man that I knew growing up at all.
And I know it's so incredibly difficult, excuse me, because your Aunt Velvet meant the world to you, didn't
Yes, she was a gem in our world. Honestly, all of us, she touched us. You saw her smile, her laugh. It was infectious.
And you loved spending time over at their home because their home felt genuine to you.
Yes, it was, growing up as a kid in kindergarten and you play house, right? You have a mom and a dad and you have all of that, and getting to go over there with my cousin, it was like, I was getting that.
Thank you for your time, ma'am. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Gill, good afternoon. As you sit here today, though, you know that a lot of what you just testified to was not true, that it was all a lie.
Objection, Your Honor, argument. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said that it appeared that they would be a perfect couple together.
Yes, in my eyes as a child, yes.
But now you know that the defendant was not faithful to Velvet Burns.
Yes.
And that wasn't just something that happened for 6 months or a year leading up to her death, but for years and years prior.
Unfortunately, that's what we found out.
Right. So at least in some respects, as your idealistic impression was wrong. Is that fair?
Fair.
And you heard me talk to, I think it was Ms. Thompson, the first witness?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that sometimes you just don't know what's going on behind closed doors. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair. We never argued in front of us. I'm sure anything they ever had was, and never portrayed to any of us, but would have never known.
The defendant was certainly not someone that you thought of as disabled in any way, correct?
No.
And he was someone that you looked up to.
Yes, he's a hard worker.
And he had his own business, correct?
Correct.
And was able to get clients, and you saw all that testimony.
Yes.
And all that's true as far as you know.
Yes.
How about graduation? Did you go?
I did, yes.
And you heard the question about the defendant stepping out to smoke a cigarette. You remember that as well?
I do, yes.
When Kayleen was walking across the stage?
Yes, since we have an empty chair for Velvet, yes.
So there were 2 empty chairs.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
It's now 12:24, I think this is a good time to make our lunch break. Should I do 2 additional ones? Is that one? Yes, ma'am. Okay, very well. Now, before I forget, I want to just tell you about tomorrow. I'm going to remember that when I talk to you, when you were first selected, I thought that I may ask you to bring your lunch. Tomorrow is that day. So if I forget to tell you this afternoon, I'll try to remind you. Tomorrow, we're going to, I anticipate, as Ms. Schlack said this morning, we'll have 1 defense witness in the morning, relatively brief, closing arguments and instructions. And so I think that rather than having you go out and come back, that a working lunch will probably work the best, if that's okay with everyone. And we have a refrigerator there if you'd like to put your lunch somewhere, if it's perishable. And so just, if I don't remember, I wanted to do it now so I didn't forget. Tomorrow will be a working lunch. We're going to ask you to bring your lunch tomorrow so you can have that working lunch. And let's see, let's come back at 1:30 and we'll resume, okay?
The celebration guy that's going on now. You know how the powers of the This is after.
I'll actually only have money for it instead of making this, two, the great scans on it.
You know, the big church in Jacksonville, like, celebration. Like, one of the whole stations. From what I read, it sounds like he went nuts. He, like, classic. The church bought his house for him. Oh, yeah. And then he, like, sold it and just, like, he.
Ready to move on 100 right up.
Yep. Sounds good. You want it on the board again? Okay. You have two sets of those. What? Those are mine. I like this one.
Brittany, you rock. Yeah, and that way I'm not too much.
As long as you don't walk around.
Yeah.
I can handle it.
Would you mind?
All rise. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Welcome back, y'all be seated. Ms. Black, would you like to call the next witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The defense has called Dr. Mark Rubino.
Okay, Dr. Rubino is present by Zoom. Dr. Rubino, this is Judge Carbula. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Dr. Rubino, can you please state your full name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
My name is Dr. Mark Patrick Rubino. Mark, M-E-R-K, initial P, as in Paul. And my last name is R-U, B as in boy, I-N-O.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Ms. Schlack, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Rubino. You've just told us your name. Can you tell us your employment status, sir?
I'm self-employed as a neurologist.
And how long have you been a neurologist, sir?
Approximately 25 years.
Can you describe your educational background, sir?
Yes. After graduating from high school, many moons ago, I entered into a 6-year BS MD program, that's Bachelor of Science Medical Degree program, graduating from both in 1995.
And upon
then
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
So I got my MD, my Bachelor of Science in my MD the same year, because it was a combined program. And then I did my internship in Sumo Health Systems in Akron, Ohio. And then I did my neurology residency at University of South Florida in Tampa, finishing that in 1999.
And upon completing that in 1999, what was your next professional step?
I joined a group called Neuroscience Spine Associates, where I worked with them and became a partner, about 6 years with them. And then I left due to differences in business administration and started my own practice in 2005.
And your current practice, sir, where is it physically located?
Naples, Florida, 848 First Avenue North, Suite 340, Naples, Florida, 34102.
And does your current practice involve you seeing patients in your office on an everyday basis?
Yes. As soon as I'm done here, I have to go back to Zoom to see my virtual patients.
Okay. And do you also have forensic cases in the criminal courts of the state?
I do.
Do you always testify for the defense, sir?
In criminal cases, that's been the path forward is just defense because the state's never asked me to testify for them.
Are you often consulted by defense attorneys such as myself and then not ultimately called to testify?
Yes.
Is that fairly common?
It's fairly common, yes.
And why is that? Why would you be consulted and then ultimately not sought to testify?
Well, sometimes the attorneys go on fishing expeditions. They want to get scans to see if they find anything. And oftentimes, they're not normal, so I can't really say anything that will be helpful.
Okay. Have you testified previously as an expert neurologist in the courts of the state of Florida?
Yes.
And I realize this will be an approximation, but approximately how many times?
85 times.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender Dr. Rubino for any voir dire, if anyone would request.
Order.
No.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Schlack.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Rubino, can you explain for all of us what is neurology?
Neurology is a practice of medicine that deals with disorders of the brain, spinal cord, nerve, and muscle. So as a neurologist, I treat people with brain disorders such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, Huntington's disease, balance problems, peripheral neuropathy, muscle diseases, which are much more rare. But peripheral neuropathy is pretty common. Spinal cord injuries, brain injury, trauma, that kind of thing.
And were you in fact appointed for neurological analysis of Mr. Jerry Burns?
I was.
And sir, I know it might be difficult from your screen, but can you see into the courtroom?
Yes, but you're very small. Let me see if I can change the view here. Yeah, now I can see better.
Okay. Do you recognize the Jerry Burns that you personally met with for part of your evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. Can you try to point out maybe what he's wearing, if you can see it?
It's kind of a checkered blue.
Okay. Your Honor, if the record could reflect what the witnesses claimed.
The record will reflect the witness's testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And why do you need to meet with the prospective patient in person, sir?
Well, mostly, or generally, it's just to do a neurological examination and do an exam. You know, when I see somebody, I'll do a history of physical, but a neurological history of physical. Jerry reported no head injuries, yet as we went through his testing, he had multiple abnormalities, which made me order testing.
Okay. And if I could, I'm going to back you up just a little bit. Did you actually travel to the Duval County Jail here in Jacksonville to personally meet with Mr. Burns?
Yes.
Okay. And although you normally do these kind of examinations in your private office in Naples, you do have the ability to go anywhere and do a full assessment, correct?
Yes, all I have to do is bring my equipment, my reflex hammer, my stethoscope, my blood pressure cuff, my thalamuscope, my tuning fork.
Okay. And so what do you mean by obtain a personal history from Mr. Burns?
Well, I try to ask a history of anything that may affect his brain.
And that's somewhat what I was trying to get at. You're not taking a history of his entire life. You are specifically focusing on questions that may impact any kind of brain functioning?
Correct.
Okay. And based on that history, would you have expected there to be any kind of brain abnormalities based on his history of telling you about his life and any accidents he may have had?
Well, he didn't have anything, so I would expect there to be anything.
Okay. Then explain for us, there's a physical component to this evaluation, correct?
The physical examination is the physical component. It's the objective part of this.
Okay. And tell us about your findings in regards to your physical evaluation.
Well, the first thing I noticed is that his head is relatively longer and thinner.
And what can that be indicative of?
That physical appearance is typical in somebody with Fragile X syndrome.
And based on your physical observations as well as the history that you received, this caused you to actually prescribe and order imaging?
Let me hold you back a little bit.
Sure.
Because I also did a modular cognitive assessment.
And could you explain what that is? Is that short for MoCA?
No, MoCA is short for modular cognitive assessment.
Okay.
It's a cognitive evaluation that's done bedside. And it assesses visual, spatial, executive, as one, naming animals, attention, language, abstraction, and delayed recall, as well as orientation.
And did you fully complete that assessment with Mr. Jerry Burns?
I did.
And what were your findings?
Well, he scored a 21 with one added to it because, he went to 10th grade. He didn't finish high school, so one's added for less than high school degree. His total score is 22 out of 30. The cutoff for normal is 26 or greater. So he's, in this test, cognitively impaired.
Okay. And are these objective tests that are, I guess, somewhat concrete, or is there a subjectivity in terms of how you score things?
The way it's scored is objective. Performance can be somewhat subjective because people can purposely not remember things, that kind of thing. So it can be faked. But I believe that he was not faking.
Okay. How much understand what you mean by that?
Tone is something I test for by having the person rotate one hand to circular direction while I test the other hand in a haphazard manner with the person being relaxed and checking the resistance. And I'll do it on both sides. And his resistance was up on both sides, which tells me that he has loss of inhibition from his brain.
Loss of inhibition from his brain?
Right. The brain inhibits motor activity. And you move by the brain letting go of inhibition. Opposite what you would think. It doesn't necessarily tell you to move something. It relaxes the muscle so you can move it. It's kind of backwards.
Okay.
Anyhow, that tells me that something's not right with his brain, which is why I got the testing.
Okay.
What I was expecting was some white matter lesions.
Okay. Did you prepare, well, number one, let me ask you, was the imaging completed here in Jacksonville at Precision Imaging?
Yes, it was done in Precision Imaging.
And were those results obviously sent to you as the treating physician and ordering physician?
The images were sent to me.
And have you reviewed those images?
Yes.
And did you somewhat prepare a short PowerPoint in order to explain the images as well as your findings?
I did.
And Your Honor, by agreement of the parties, this demonstrative exhibit will be shown to the jury, not admitted into evidence.
Very well.
I would need to share screen.
Your Honors, I should have checked. Is that feature disabled on the court system?
Not that I know of.
It's usually at the bottom, Dr. Rubino.
All right, here we go. All All right, so this is a limited neuroimaging of Jerry Burns because the MRI was severely graded by motion artifact.
And what does that mean, sir?
Means he was just moving too much in the scanner to where the images came out very poorly.
Okay.
So only the fast sequences then you could see anything. The more sensitive one, images like flare, did not yield any results because there was just too much motion artifact. Anyhow, so I did get some, what are called T2 sagittals. What I'm looking at here is, one's brain has many nooks and crannies. Lots of depth, has what we call gyri and sulci. Gyri are parts of brain, and sulci is the space between them. Look in the back of his brain, you can see that there's some like fingers sticking out. The back is on the right side of the image. One thing you see in this image is there appears to be some atrophy of his brain.
And what can cause atrophy?
Atrophy can be due to age, but I think atrophy is a little greater than it is for age. Alcohol use can cause it as well, but also just not having a good brain to start with.
In any of the personal history that you obtained, did you in fact learn that Mr. Burns was not an alcohol drinker?
And he was meant to a little Bud Light before he got married, but then no more alcohol. You would get this kind of atrophy from a couple of Bud Lights. But more importantly, the blocks of brain you see there, the blocks represent that he has fewer gyri, fewer convolutions, with reduced depth of the sulci, basically leading to less surface area of the brain. This is a condition known as pachygyria.
And help us, Dr. Rubino, because I imagine for most of us, definitely including me, I don't know what that means.
Pachygyria is a embryological phenomenon. Basically, people are born with brains that are not properly formed, where the gyruses are thick and fewer, called pachygyria. It's typically in genetic disorders because it has to be done embryologically. Exposure medicines or genetically are the reasons why people get pachygyria. Pachygyria is very common in people with Fragile X syndrome.
And typically people with Fragile X syndrome have extremely low IQ, sir?
Yes, it's the most common cause of
An extremely low IQ?
extremely low IQ, yes. Thank you.
Sir, help us understand from, if you are suffering from this, how does that relate to IQ and or functioning, brain functioning?
You don't think as well. Your brain doesn't work as well. You can't figure things out as well as easier people. And that's IQ, is the ability to figure things out. One more image here. Just showing more of the same, where there's that center area that's just one big blob.
And again, these findings, sir,
Yes.
These would have been evident at birth. There was no external factor that would have exacerbated these?
Right. So essentially, this is from the CAT scan, because CAT scan is a quick study, so I was able to get some these images here. And then I got someone who with the normal brain on the right, and Jerry's brain on the left. Now, what's the difference between these two pictures?
It appears that Jerry's brain is substantially larger on this image.
No, we're just it's slices of the brain. It's not that it's larger. It's looking at what's in the field of view between the skull, the brain issue of here. When you look at the brain on Jerry's, if you call them sausages, they kind of look like tubes. There's less sausages in that field of view than actually smaller field of view of a normal brain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, there's a lot more convolutions on the one on the right than the one on the left.
And what would be the impact of those differences then that you would expect in terms of functioning or intelligence?
Well, it's the same thing as package aggregate. This is package aggregate. This is brain that's not as useful as normal brain because it is not as much surface area, so someone's doesn't have any cortical neurons that are firing, allowing someone to be very intelligent or not.
Someone who is suffering this type of situation, do they have difficulty with nuance?
Yes.
We've heard.
Parables.
I'm sorry.
He wouldn't be able to get parables would be very concrete to him. Fables that tell a story, he wouldn't get the story, that kind of thing.
And not necessarily what's behind the story?
Correct.
Okay. Were you ever made aware that Mr. Burns had had an accident in approximately 2013-14 where he was actually somewhat electrocuted? He had a 277 volt go through him.
Yes.
Can you see any evidence of that? Could that be a factor of any of the abnormalities within the brain scans?
Not with the way the scans came out. There's so much artifact, we wouldn't be able to see any kind of scar tissue in the brain because the image quality is so poor. All I was able to get out of this was the gyri thicknesses.
Would a volt of 277, would that cause any kind of cognitive impairment in the brain? Or could it, I guess I should say.
It could, because when someone is being electrocuted, they can't breathe. So if you can't breathe, you can get hypoxic or basically not get enough oxygen to your brain and potentially suffer something called hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. It's basically the effect of having prolonged oxygen deprivation. Especially if his heart stops or anything like that.
Can that affect executive functioning?
Well, his executive functioning is impaired by MoCA, Montreal. Executive function is impaired, but so are all other functions. It's not just executive function.
And I believe you said it was the Montreal assessment?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, explain what the Montreal assessment assesses for, the different, I guess, the different factions, if you will.
The first part is visual spatial executive, naming 3 animals, assessing attention, language, abstraction, delayed recall, and orientation to person, to place and time.
And were there deficits?
Yes. Predominantly within executive function, attention, and language.
And help us understand, what do you mean by executive functioning? What is that?
Executive function correlates to frontal lobe, its ability to navigate the world, navigate things, to mostly what makes you you. Executive function is also part of, or impairment of executive function is thought to also be loss of appreciation of consequences, poor planning, tend to be more easily agitated.
Can poor executive functioning, like doing a cost-benefit analysis of any given decision, would that be impaired?
Yes.
And all of these deficits were deficits that the brain scans clearly indicate had been plaguing Mr. Burns his entire life.
This is something that he's had since he was born.
Nothing he personally did, it's just the way his brain was made up.
He did not win the brain lottery.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Mr. Neurology, cross-examination.
Should I stop sharing?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rubino. Nice to see you again.
Same here.
Please inform the jury of your hourly rate for your testimony here today.
$400 an hour. But I make more than that seeing my office, seeing patients.
I understand. And so, did you travel up here from Naples?
No.
When you met?
I did to see him in the first place, yes.
Right. You're virtually transported up here for testimony. I get that.
Yes.
So, is your travel rate the same as your $400 an hour?
No, it's reduced because I'm not really using my brain very much driving.
Sure.
It's at $200 an hour.
But you bill going to and from Naples?
Yes.
And did you spend the night?
I did.
And
I get the reimbursed for that too.
Okay, so it's basically a day coming up and a day going back, plus whatever time you met with Mr. Burns.
Correct.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So approximately how much have you billed at the two various rates, 400 and 200? I'm sure there was some preparation for your testimony.
I haven't billed for it yet.
Right, but if you could approximate.
Actually, I was doing some other stuff. I was in West Palm Beach, so I drove from West Palm Beach to Jacksonville.
Were you working on other forensic cases?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, 300. $600. So far, I billed about $2,400.
And then that will be plus whatever other work you've done in preparation of the day, plus your testimony?
Yeah, probably about a half hour. I assume maybe I got 1,500.
Okay, so it sounds like you haven't, have you billed for the travel yet?
No, I billed for the travel already, yes.
Okay. Okay. When you met with Mr. Burns, the defendant, you told him the purpose of why you were meeting with him, correct?
To evaluate his brain, yes.
Right. And you told him that you were, hired essentially through the court system, through his counsel, to look at potential mitigation, correct?
I don't think I told us about mitigation. I just told him I was there to evaluate him.
Okay.
I was appointed by the court.
And that his lawyers knew about it, correct?
Yes.
In other words, you weren't appointed by the state of Florida.
No, I was appointed by the defense team. The judge appointed me, but
Right.
the defense team.
And everything you've testified about his brain, would you agree that that would make him susceptible to drug use?
I mean, I'm not sure. People with intellectual handicaps are more subject to drug abuse or not. I don't think that's the case. I know head injury, yes, but there's no head injury here.
Okay. Well, you spoke a lot about how his executive functioning was impaired, correct?
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony over the last several years with regard to the juvenile brain and executive functioning, correct?
Yes.
And that's because the juvenile or adolescent brain has not fully formed in the frontal cortex, correct?
Yes.
And so that makes juveniles, adolescents susceptible to, a lack of impulse control, correct?
Same thing, yes.
And so you're saying that's true with this defendant as well, that he has a lack of impulse control, correct?
Yes.
And that he may be susceptible to peer pressure like an adolescent would, correct?
Yes.
Yet we have a 55-year-old man that hasn't done drugs or alcohol, correct? To any abuse level, correct? I guess
he had good influences in life.
Did it? Because we've heard the opposite. It's interesting.
Well, someone didn't bring him into drugs.
Okay. Even though, I'll strike that. When we talk about executive functioning, impulse control, decision making, you usually, would you not agree with me, doctor, that when you have a significant amount of time to contemplate a decision, I'm talking about weeks and weeks to contemplate a decision, that executive functioning doesn't really play a role in that. True?
That's exactly it. The problem is contemplating.
Sure.
Planning is cool. Planning is impaired. So your contemplative plan is going to be impaired as well.
Okay. But it's not, but executive functioning more relates to impulse control and decision making in a quick amount of time, correct?
Yes, but another feature though is planning also is impaired.
Okay.
Which is not, so even the plan is impaired.
Sure. And I understand you haven't done a deep dive into this defendant's business, correct? Or his family, correct?
And not getting to his business now. And I know he did relatively well for his limitations.
Well, he owned and operated a business, correct?
Yes.
A business that in 2018's gross revenues were over $700,000, correct?
I don't know what he was making.
Well, and you didn't speak to Bill Silcox, right?
I don't know who Bill Silcox is.
Right. Well, Bill Silcox testified he's the best electrician he's ever met, either before the defendant was arrested or since the defendant's been arrested. You understand that?
Okay.
And he said that the defendant was able to bid on a job, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so I'll suspend objection. I think.
I'll ask it another way, Your Honor. So if Bill Silcox testified that this defendant was able to bid on an electrical job, meaning that he was able to forecast the time, labor, and materials for a particular job and give an accurate quote for that job to make his business sustainable, that would show that the defendant had the adaptive ability to be able to plan for the future, correct?
Well, doing a bid is something he gradually learned how to do. And when people with low intelligence can still learn and do things if they do it several over and over again. It's when you change things, when you throw curveballs, that people have less mental flexibility when their intelligence is low.
Okay. So that doesn't surprise you that he was able to own and operate an electrical business?
No, it does not surprise me, no.
But you would agree that the Fragile X syndrome, this defendant does not have, correct?
I don't know. I think he does because, he's got tachygyria on the MRI. He has a relatively thin, long face. And unfortunately, LabCorp messed up the laboratory. I don't have a definitive answer for you.
Okay, so you have not diagnosed him with that, correct?
I have a clinical suspicion of Fragile X syndrome.
I understand. And you've seen the defendant's IQ scores, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Fragile X syndrome IQ scores average below 55, correct?
Yes, but people have, there's variability within IQs.
Well,
It's the most common cause of low IQs.
I understand that, but we're talking about a person that is significantly above what you would expect a person with Fragile X syndrome to have IQ-wise, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so
He earned a job, the only thing he's ever done, he got good at it, because that's the only thing he's ever done. Ask him to start building a house.
Or kill his wife.
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Overall.
So, certainly though, getting back to the IQ question, if Fragile X syndrome scores are generally below 55, this defendant scoring a 72 would be at the extremely high end of those that would have what you refer to as Fragile X syndrome. True or false?
It would be on the high side, yes. True.
That's all the questions I have.
Rejection. Okay, may Dr. Rubino be excused from this subpoena?
Yes.
All right, doctor, thank you for your time and testimony. You are excused and you may go back to work on your
Thank you.
patients.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, will that complete any of your witnesses on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to sign off Zoom, please. Guess we found them chirping again. Ms. Schlack, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Julie Harper. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to move the podium.
Of course.
May it please the court.
Just that one. Ms. Schlack, you may report.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes. Hello, my name is Dr. Julie Harper. I'm a licensed psychologist.
And if we can, let's start with your background and training. Let's start with your education.
I have an undergraduate degree in biopsychology from Oberlin College, which I received in 1995. I went on to University of Denver, where I received a master's degree in clinical and professional psychology, and continued on there to get a psychological doctorate, that's a PsyD. In becoming a psychologist, there are graduate courses that are required, and then you are on a match program where you go to an APA-approved internship. It's your first opportunity to spend a year practicing as a psychologist under supervision. I completed that internship at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington. And then following that, I was able to graduate in 2001. And then I began earning postdoc hours. And so in completing postdoc hours, I had the opportunity to work at a community mental health center, where I was also supervised by a forensic psychologist. And that was my first foray into doing any kind of psychological work of a forensic nature. So I was licensed in 2002 in Washington State after completing that.
And have you obviously kept that license up?
So I don't practice in Washington. It's considered an inactive license unless I return to live in Washington State again, and then I can just turn it back on. Because if you complete your required continuing education in the interim, which would be consistent with Florida, I would be able to do that if I move back there.
Okay. And how would you describe your current employment?
Well, in 2005, I moved to Florida and ultimately opened up a private practice in 2010, and that's in the Fort Walton Beach, Florida area. I predominantly did clinical work when I first opened my practice, seeing children, adolescents, and adults that needed psychological testing. When I was going through graduate school, I specialized in psychological assessment, so I very much enjoy answering diagnostic questions with the test. And then I was doing Social Security evaluations in clinical work and undertook competency evaluation for the court system. So that was my first work. I was getting judicial appointments to see people who needed an evaluation to see if they were competent to stand trial. And so from around 2011 onward to now, over time my practice became less and less clinically focused. I became requested for forensic psychological evaluations, and then in 2017 I took a job in Georgia as a state evaluator where I did similar work. I was doing court-appointed evaluations for competency and sanity at the time of the offense, and during COVID did risk assessments while my private practice was on just sort of a reduced function until 21 when I returned when the courts opened after COVID, and full-time in practice there in forensics.
Meaning currently you do not see private patients?
No, I don't have any therapy or evaluation that's not forensically related at this time.
And is that somewhat because of your obligations once you engage in a forensic case in terms of timing?
Well, as a therapist, it's very important that you keep a predictable calendar so your patients can count on you to be there. And when you're involved in the forensic work, you don't know how long a trial may take, you don't know when a certain hearing may be scheduled, and I just did not feel that I could continue in any kind of therapeutic predictability, so I gave up doing that first and then stopped doing clinical assessments because I was busy.
And since you have been doing forensic cases, and I recognize it will be an approximation, approximately how many different cases do you think you've been appointed on?
I'm not exactly sure. I would estimate that I've conducted more than 4,000 forensic evaluations.
And depending on the particular client, that may be a very quick evaluation, like such as competency, up to a more expansive evaluation like you did with Mr. Burns, correct?
That's right.
Do you testify mostly in criminal cases?
Yes.
Have you testified in other types of court, such as dependency or family law?
Yes. So as a forensic psychologist, I've also testified as an expert witness for Department of Children and Families. I've testified in an administrative hearing capacity for the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation. I've testified in dependency court I have testified as an expert witness regarding our LIDAR program, and then also provided testimony in what we now call social investigations, but it used to be custody evaluations.
And do you always testify for the defense?
No, I do not.
Have you testified previously for the prosecution?
Yes, I have.
And do you accept every single case that you are consulted on?
No, I don't.
When did you become involved in the case with Jerry Burns?
Just a rough idea, it would be around, I think my order came through in September of 2023 for this case.
And approximately, and again, we understand it's somewhat approximate, how many hours did you spend with Mr. Burns?
Just a quick add, it looks like upwards of 8 hours, maybe 8.3 hours, something around that.
And before I get too ahead of myself, Your Honor, at this time I would offer Dr. Harper for any voir dire.
Ms. Stifler? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize, I cut you off, Dr. Harper. How much time did you spend with him total?
I think it adds to around a little over 8 hours.
And would that have been over multiple trips?
Yes, 3 visits.
Okay. Why do you like to break it up like that?
Well, the work that I do going into somebody's background and history, really most of us can't tolerate a deep emotional discussion that lasts for 8 hours in one setting. It's just very difficult. You need comfort breaks and things like that. But the other is that I'm also sharing the space that I'm in at the jail with other people trying to see their clients. So it's not like I have a suite at the jail or anything like that. I just use the room. I get the time approved when I request in to see if I can, working with the client then. So it's a combination of factors, like fatigue, depends if I'm doing testing, and you can't continue for hours on end.
Sure. And obviously, you've explained you met personally with Mr. Jerry Burns. Did you consult other materials in regards to prepare for your full evaluation?
Yes, I did.
Can you give us an idea of what sources of material you reviewed?
In addition to the forensic clinical interviews, I also looked at 25 family photos that included the defendant, Mr. Burns, also the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office report. There were several documents that were related to the case, like the case item history, consent for search, incident recall, constitutional rights forms, the Miranda form, and various medical consents, again, search warrants, affidavit for search warrants, incident reports, some documents related to the property in the case, and supplemental reports, crime scene photos, 12 different depositions that were taken in this case. There was a Facebook record of Velvet Burns that was downloaded. I reviewed that. There is a document that summarized text messages between Amanda Love and Jerry Burns, the transcript of the sentencing hearing of Amanda Love, the Duval County Jail medical records for Mr. Burns, Baptist Medical Group medical records for Mr. Burns, and then there were academic records that I also reviewed.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, by stipulation of the parties, this will be defendant's one.
Very well, it'll be admitted.
Now, I'd ask you to take a look at what's been stipulated to as defendant's one and what's restricted.
These are the academic records that I reviewed.
And those are, in fact, Mr. Burns?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we have the first counsel. May I interrupt this one? Thank you.
So if I could, I'd like to review what you have learned through your full evaluation about Mr. Burns' life history. When and where was Mr. Burns born?
Mr. Burns was born in Jacksonville on 3/30 of 1969.
And tricky question, who are his biological parents?
Well, according to Mr. Burns, he identifies Mary Bynum as his mother, and again, identified as his father, as far as he knew, as told by his siblings, John Burns.
Did he have any memory of meeting that person, ever spending time with that person?
No, Mr. Burns reportedly left the family when Jerry Burns was 3 years old.
Was Mr. Burns able to identify all of his 10 siblings?
Yes.
And did it appear his siblings had different biological fathers?
Yes, they did. It took us quite a while to do a family tree. Usually when I first meet with somebody, I have an idea of, relatives, first-degree relatives, grandparents, that kind of thing. But in this circumstance, the family tree was a lot more complicated because his siblings had different fathers. So it was a complex diagram by the time we were done.
And who primarily raised Mr. Jerry Burns?
Well, he described growing up with his grandmother. He said that her name was Lilith, and his grandfather, Paul Davis. So as he described growing up with his grandparents, they provided care while his mother was working. He also stated that his aunt provided a lot of child care, so it was more other family members rather than his mother.
Okay. And how did his grandparents appear to treat him? What were their kind of disciplinary styles?
It would be a tough love situation. That's my words or description. So beginning with describing his grandmother as somebody who would have very few soft words, but a tendency to use a broomstick to correct her children. She was part of his life earlier on, but then she became ill and actually passed away. He described his grandfather as having served in 2 world wars, and the children in the family called him senile. I don't think that that's meant in a clinical term. I think they're describing erratic behavior, and because it was related to service, that's something that we might call like shell shock or post-traumatic stress disorder. But his moods were erratic, and he was very harsh in disciplining the children. He would beat them, and so he just described that children were sort of to be seen and not heard. One of those things where their needs were not first. It's just a really tough environment.
Did he appear to have a consistent, true male role model?
He described his grandfather, being a provider in terms of trying to get food for the family, but not a role model in the sense of, a loving father, kind of, or a loving husband.
If you would, tell us about the family's kind of financial situation.
It was very difficult growing up, according to Mr. Burns, because they didn't have extra money for clothing or food consistently. They grew food because of the way their house was located on the edge of the farm. So a lot of the food that they ate was things that they grew themselves, like vegetables and just animals that they raised for slaughtering. So they grew chickens on their farm and just raised chickens. And so aside from what they could gather themselves, there wasn't a lot of extra money. He remembers his mother buying him shoes at Goodwill, and that in 4th and 5th grade when he went to school with holes in his clothes that the other children made fun of him for the way that he looked.
Something like that, can that have a lasting impact on a person's whole self-concept?
Yes, definitely. It can start a sense of impoverishment, like no matter how much you work, you're not going to have enough money. It can also set up low self-esteem where you feel like there's something wrong with you that others can see. And I do think that he was craving the kind of appreciation of other people, or that other people would feel like he was equivalent instead of less than. So I think it set that up early on.
Did he describe kind of Christmases, birthdays, gifts?
No, those were not really something that was available in reach to his family when he was growing up. He said the first birthday cake he ever had was at age 22 when his older sister Sally baked him a birthday cake. Christmases did not come with presents, just there wasn't extra money for that. And birthdays were celebrated with his mother acknowledging happy birthday by saying it, but that's it, nothing extra.
Who did he describe being close to during his childhood?
Because he and Rose grew up, Missy, I guess that's what we've heard from her today, similar in age. They were the closest siblings at the time.
And how was he treated by his mother?
He described feeling like the black sheep related to his mother. She seemed to prefer female children for some reason. His sisters had a way of coaxing his mom to give them things of the limited resources they had, like the car. They were allowed to take the car, but if he asked, he was either yelled at or struck. So it was not really a fair treatment. He felt like he was sort of ostracized from her.
What was kind of the overall message that Mr. Burns' mother tried to instill in him?
Well, the way that he described her work history is that there were times that she was working 3 jobs at once. So she was constantly working. And I do think that that value of being, an exceptionally hard worker is part of that family lineage. I think that came from his mom.
Obviously, you examined his school records in this case.
Yes.
And how old was Jerry when he left school? Or I guess let me start with what year did he leave school?
Okay, so trying to decipher the school records, it looks like that he left school in November of 1985.
And that would have made him roughly 16?
Yes.
But at 16 years old, what school level was he at?
Well, the interesting thing about the school records is that they list him going sequentially through grades, and you can see each year, it does not look like he attended a kindergarten year based on my review of the records. So he started school in 1st grade, and you can see, his difficulty as he progressed through some of the grades that he was in, to the point that I can see that he did a 5th and 6th combined class where he failed a lot of his subjects. I also noted in the record that he's in 6th grade for what looks like a 2nd year. So he was still promoted from that 5th to 6th grade. And based on what I could review, it looks like that was occurring around the spring of '84, where he is finishing the 6th grade. The record is a little strange because then it looks like the grade that he should have been entering 7th grade. He was placed in a program called a CDP3. And from what I gather how they do it in other states, a CDP3 program is a program that is identified children's day program for individuals who are struggling or at low functioning. And so he started that program, but that's when his transcript makes it look like he's in 9th grade. But chronologically, that would be 7th grade based on my reading of the year and the grade level following along. So I think that he says that he's in high school. The grade levels that are on this transcript, when he leaves the CDP3, he goes back to the regular program, and he's withdrawn in 1985, which I think would put him in 7th grade, but some of the records indicate on standardized testing that he was in high school. So it's a little confusing.
How did he do on any standardized tests that he was given?
The last assessment, which, over time, the state of Florida changes what their regular assessment protocol is. It used to be the FCAT. I think it's called something else now. Sometimes it's the Stanford. So it just depends on the method that they're using at the time. And I can actually reference that in the record to give you the description. The last standardized test score that's available for review in this record is from April of 1985. So pretty close to when he stops attending school. And you can look at a variety of subjects that he's tested in a standardized way. Anything from language scores, total mathematics, to spelling and number concepts and reading comprehension. And the way that they rate your ability is in percentile ranks. So I don't know if you want me to read out different percentile ranks, but I can explain it that way.
If you would, please, just to give us an idea.
Sorry, this is very small print, so sorry. Starting a little. Okay, so reading comprehension, he's in the 10th percentile. For concepts regarding numbers, he's in the 1st percentile. Math computation, 16th percentile. Math applications, 2nd percentile. Spelling, 7th percentile. Language, 2nd percentile. Vocabulary, 5th percentile. Listening comprehension, 6th percentile. Total math, so that would be like a summary score of these other math. 5th percentile. Total language, 2nd percentile, and total listening, 4th percentile.
And help us, Dr. Harper, number one, when we hear 1st percentile, does that mean he's first? He's number one?
No, it's the opposite. So if you line up 100 people, so 100 would be the best, you can't top the 100th percentile. One is exactly the opposite. That would be the first position standing in line.
Meaning out of 100 people, 99 are going to do better than he would have done on that examination.
There would be 99 people standing in front of him.
Okay. And similarly, as you explained on sections where he was only at the 3rd percentile, I believe the highest one you told us was 17th percentile.
Just reviewing that, he had a math computation of 16th percentile.
And that's the highest he was able to achieve.
Yes.
Did Mr. Burns talk about how he felt about his schooling back in the day?
He did. He felt that school was always very difficult for him. He's had a particular struggle with reading his entire life. So reading is in a lot of subjects. If you're studying, for social studies, science, any of that, you've got to do some reading. So it cross-cuts a lot of subjects, and it made his learning very difficult.
Because he dropped out of school in 1985 at 16, what did he then do with his time?
He went to work. He wanted to earn money, so he was already working before he left school. But he was working, just as we heard this morning, like cooking with his sister. That was one of the things that he was already doing. And then after he left school, he was able to get other jobs. So he filled his time with work.
And has that been a consistent priority for him his entire life?
Yes, definitely.
How did Mr. Burns meet his wife, Velvet?
He said he met her at a party, and that was an instant attraction. He knew right away that that was somebody he wanted to meet, and he kissed her the very first time that he met her at that party.
And did they in fact marry in 1994?
Yes.
How did Jerry Burns describe his relationship with Velvet's mother, June?
Very positively. So Velvet had not yet finished her college degree, and so he felt so attached to her mother, June, and felt so welcomed by her that he told me about a story when Velvet graduated from college. June actually gave Mr. Burns a present on graduation day, which really meant a lot to him, and that he was part of that family. It stands out in his mind. He loved June. He felt that she was like his best friend.
How did he describe his reaction when she had passed away of an aneurysm?
It was devastating to him and Velvet. He said that it hurt him. This is his words. It hurt me so big. He didn't eat and he didn't leave when she was, injured in the hospital. So basically, her passing was just very hard on him. He suffered.
And did she pass in 2007?
I am not exactly sure. I apologize. I think it was in the earlier 2000s.
How did Mr. Burns describe his marriage to Velvet?
He said it was 15 years of bliss, that they got along in every way except sexually, that she made a loving home for them. He described her as being taught how to care for a house by her mother June, and that she was just so good at creating that family environment, and they put everything they had into their kids, like just making it a wonderful family environment. And it sounds like it was a very excellent relationship aside from sexually.
And what types of things did they enjoy doing together? Things that he highlighted.
He definitely spoke about attending the kids' travel sports. So I don't know if any of your children play travel sports, but that's an exceptional commitment for a family where they travel on the weekend. They would see gymnastics meets for his daughter, football games for his son. Aside from that, they had big Christmas parties. I think we've heard that today already in testimony, but he said the same thing, that Christmas was something just unbelievable at their house, and so that was well celebrated. They also went camping. They had a regular group of families that they would go camping with, and so that was a very active thing for them to do for years. I think they went RV camping, so that was a big part of their life.
Did he believe his primary role as a husband and father was to provide for his family monetarily?
Yes, I think that the work hours were to make sure they're cared for, covered, the money was going to be there for their activities and things like that.
Based on his upbringing, did that surprise you, that that was his kind of mantra?
No, it didn't. I mean, I think that a lot of people try to break the cycle when they've been through something bad, and I think that that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to create a different life than he had. So it didn't really surprise me that he was able to do that.
Through the course of your evaluation, did Jerry Tommy Burns reveal to you extramarital affairs?
Yes, he did.
And did he describe multiple?
Yes, he did. He had described different partners and how he met them and that kind of thing.
Okay. And when did he meet Amanda Love?
Around October, let me see, of 2018.
And if you could, please describe kind of the dynamic between them from the perspective of what Tommy Burns shared with you.
So from his perspective, he met her through another woman that he had been seeing intermittently, and immediately, like within that relationship, she needed money, I think, for her child. So I think that that's important because from his perspective, helping her with her children was motivating. So that's the reason that they met up. And he was supposed to give her money. And he thought that he had rekindled some kind of like love feeling with Amanda that he had not experienced since he first met his wife, Velvet. And so he thought that he was in love with her, that they might end up married at some point. He was very attached to her. Initially, she was responding quickly to his texts, and then over time, as the frequency of her responding got more like thin, he was questioning, maybe she's just busy, or he started to wonder if he had feelings for her, and he was doubting if she had enough love feelings for him. So it really became something that he was preoccupied with, that he was, he thought he was in love with her.
I want to kind of focus and then perhaps come back in regards to the IQ testing that you completed. If you could, we all hear IQ, but tell us what it truly assesses and how you go about assessing someone's IQ.
Well, the methodology that I use is the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale. I used version 4, which was the test that was out at the time. They've now revised it So that happened in the interim between me giving that and today. The Wechsler is considered the gold standard of IQ tests because it comes with a large pool of people that have been used to develop the test. So they know what an average IQ score should be based on, having administered it to so many people in the development of the test. When you administer an IQ test, it takes over an hour, sometimes up to 2 hours, depending on the person's ability level. You're administering some things that are hands-on in nature, so they're doing things, manipulating things, or using a pencil. And then others are more like oral questions, so I'm asking definitions or, for a verbal response. And so it has a variety of subtests included, and the person's responses are then scored in a standardized way for their age group, so that I would be comparing apples to apples, essentially, in responses. So standardized score from 9 to 11 on a subtest would be considered an average score, and then overall, when you put all the subtest scores together, your total IQ score is called a full-scale IQ score, and anything in the range of 90 to 109 would be considered average. So most people, if you think about like a bell curve like that, most people, it would be in that center range. And then as you get groups on the ends of that, meaning people that are much more intelligent or people that are really struggling, then they would be in the tail ends of that because less of the population would achieve a score that's like either gifted or a score that might be, in the very extremely low range.
And having completed that full testing, what was Mr. Jerry Burns' full IQ score?
So I will say that you consider IQ scores in a range because on any given day I could give you an IQ score today and then come back and take your IQ score the next day. You're not going to get exactly the same score. On the day that I tested him, his score was a 72, which is in the 3rd percentile. And his true score, I can say with 95% confidence, is somewhere between a 68 and a 77.
And again, on that 3rd percentile, meaning 97% of the population in that age group would have a higher IQ than himself.
That's correct.
Okay. And these are standardized throughout the United States and internationally even.
Yes, so the point of using a standardized test is that we just don't make up a way to assess intelligence. That the people in my field would agree that this is a way that you measure and, agree about the results of the test being a valid test.
If we can, let's break down kind of the sub-scores within the full IQ score. You had mentioned that there are several different, I'm going to call them parts, but parts of it. Is the first one the verbal comprehension index?
Yes, so one group of the subtests are the verbal comprehension tests that have to do with his ability to verbalize answers. It is a measurement of basically crystallized intelligence, not things that change, and it would require him to verbalize previously learned information. So that would be the goal of the verbal comprehension index.
And so did he have a separate score for just that index?
He did, and that score was 70, which is in the 2nd percentile.
And I assume we take all these different indexes and then average them to get your full scale IQ?
Well, I'm not sure if it's an exact average. Statistically, you would add the scores together, and then there's normative data that result in the full scale. So it is a process, but there's a statistical way of it.
Okay.
The test manual.
And that's inherent in whoever designed the test, that's not subjective, that's objective.
Right, the data is in a table. So it's not something that's subjective.
Okay. There's also the perceptual reasoning index. Can you explain what that is?
This is visual reasoning. So if we have to get a couch up a very narrow set of stairs. There's a way that you might have to manipulate that mentally to like figure out how you're going to do something, and that doesn't have to do with using words. That's just like mental process, and that perceptual reasoning is measured by that perceptual reasoning index.
And what was his score for the perceptual reasoning index?
He had a 75, which is in the 5th percentile for that.
Again, meaning 95% of the population in that age group would have a higher IQ.
A higher index score, yes.
How about the working memory index?
Working memory is a different phraseology for short-term memory, which we're all pretty much aware of. It's the ability to use like a mental scratch pad to manipulate a little bit of data in your mind without using any paper or pencil. It's just going to be something you can manipulate in your own mind.
And what was his score on that?
He had a working memory index score of 69, which is in the 2nd percentile.
And again, meaning 98% of the population in that age group would score higher.
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, the processing speed index.
So the processing speed index has to do with the speed of graphomotor and mental processing, meaning if I ask you to write the word cat as quickly as you can, I could create a test that would fall into that. It's something that you can do, but it requires like a motor output. You have to write something for me while I'm measuring it. And so this speed of processing is comprised of 2 subtests that tap those abilities.
And what was his score on that?
He did best on that. It was a clinically strength for him, with a 94, which placed him at the 34th percentile in the average range. So that's his best ability.
And is that score on the processing speed index, is that consistent with what he explained his work history was?
Yes, working with his hands like that with like an output where he's got to do something, even probably they're on jobs we need to work a little quicker. So that would be, he'd be average at that. And so I think that that is, if you're going to choose a job with these limitations, doing something repetitive with your hands, that would be a good choice.
Now, as you do this test, is there any way to assess as you're doing it to try to ensure validity?
Oh, yeah. I've given the Wexler thousands of times, and so you can see in the person's approach to the test, if they're not giving good effort, they'll try to discontinue the subtest early. You can see in their responses if they're having good effort, or if you have to query, that means like ask them a follow-up question. People that are not intending to try might just not give you any further. They won't even try really to give you a second response. And so you're assessing that while you're giving it. Like, is this person really trying on this test as I'm giving it?
And did you have any hesitation at all about whether or not Mr. Burns was giving maximum effort?
I did not. He did give follow-up responses when queried, and he was trying to do a great job.
Understanding this level of IQ, if we can now kind of understand what kind of limitations you might have. Number one, can someone with an IQ at this level, an extremely low IQ, become an electrician, do electrical work?
Well, your question's kind of compound because those are 2 different things. So become an electrician, that would require passing standardized tests, taking certification, getting a license. I would say that history of having low scores academically and this low IQ score would suggest that that would be pretty much out of reach for Mr. Burns to pass that certification test.
How about being able to learn to do electrical work? Wire a box, wire a house?
Yes, I think that with the processing speed score where it's at in the average range, that, and also based on reports that he did do it and was doing that kind of work, wiring, I do think that he was able to do it. He's demonstrated he was able to learn that from Lewis Howard.
And what are some characteristics of persons with this level of low IQ?
Well, we would Understand that reasoning in general is difficult for somebody that is functioning in this range. That means that both kind of taking in new information, either orally, verbally, or in a visual format, it would take longer to learn something new and to understand how to apply that in a new situation. So that's reasoning. It's also difficult for a person with this level of IQ to hold a lot of information in mind at once. So for instance, if I were to go to the grocery store and I'm supposed to remember to be somewhere else later and somebody's calling me on the telephone and I'm trying to calculate change, those are a lot of mental tasks that might be all going on at one time. And somebody with this level would have difficulty doing all of those things all at the same time. I'm not saying it's impossible to do them, but it's a mental load, as you say, would be very hard for somebody at that level to have all of that going on at once. So again, mentally manipulating information, probably has to write things down to remember things or to figure something out. So if I might be able to think of, I don't know, maybe like a tip with using a fraction or a percentage in my mind, some of that range maybe has to write it down or use a calculator, a tool to work around, so things like that.
But even with these IQ deficits, Mr. Burns went through in great detail with you his employment history, did he not?
He did.
How many different jobs did he end up having over his career?
I'm not sure if I counted them in a whole. It's more than 5. Certainly he had 3 jobs when he was a teenager, so he was working 3 jobs at once just there. And then he tended to stay on the job for a pretty long time after that, so it's got to be more than 6 then.
And once he started kind of his professional work as, I'll just term it electrical work, did he detail that he started out with his brother Bo?
He did, yes. That was his first his opportunity to work with an electrician, so he worked with him.
And then did he go on to work at D&W Electrical?
That's right. And that's where he really started learning from Mr. Howard about He was starting to worry a lot about bills. And so he said that he disclosed that to his wife, that he was anxious and having trouble dealing with anxiety about money, and then that he was having trouble sleeping, anxiety-related dreams, that his sleep was disrupted. So that might be some kind of unspecified anxiety disorder prior to incarceration.
Ultimately, with someone with an IQ as Mr. Jerry Burns, would that IQ make him more susceptible to outside pressure or somewhat easy to talk into things?
So what you're talking about is a term that psychologists would call like missing social cues. That's one way to look at it, or suggestibility, which is a different way to describe it. So in terms of missing social cues, if, for instance, I'm sure you've probably seen something like a mom's look where they're like, don't do that, don't do that. It's well known that somebody at a lower cognitive level will miss certain social cues that we all otherwise would share, like when not to do things, or the appropriateness of your response in that situation. So missing social cues, like when somebody is bored or they're not interested in you anymore. Like, I think that he missed social cues that way. And then suggestibility is a different way to look at social influence, in the sense that persons with lower cognitive ability are more gullible, in that they will be more apt to attribute the correctness of someone else's thinking over there. So they'll assume that someone else will know better what to do in a situation, like trade their opinion for someone else's opinion. Also, not seeing some of the subtle signs of influence, like buying things because advertising is really great, when anyone else might read that claim and be like, there's no way that $9,000 mattress is going to solve your life, but like somebody might think that, based on advertising claims. So those subtle signs of suggestibility about, you're not having this analytical kind of pushback in your own mind about why that's not right or why that would be false.
You had mentioned specifically one of the things you reviewed were the text messages between Amanda Love and Jerry Burns. As you reviewed those, did Jerry Burns understand the nuances of those text messages?
Objection, Your Honor. We'll call for speculation. She's not testifying to her expertise.
And let me, not the best worded question. When you read the text messages, did you pick up on an overwhelming theme in regards specifically to Amanda Love's request to Mr. Burns?
Yeah, you can see patterns within this text.
And were those patterns readily obvious to you?
Yes, in terms of asking for money when it seems that, there's one-way direction, one direction profusion of love, and then that's from Mr. Burns to her, and he's questioning her. She'll reassure him and ask him for money, and it's all bound like within a few lines like that. I think that the pattern is that she's using him for money, and it seems pretty readily apparent when you read that.
Was it apparent to him?
No, I do not think so. I think that he had a genuine care and concern for her children. You can see that when she's asking for money, a lot of times it has to do with the children needing something, diapers, or it had to do with like residence or a trip. So there's a lot of mention of the children, and I think that he was sort of blinded by that compassion to just help the kids. Excuse me. And so, he might resist or say like no, and then you have the next text, I'll send money. So he would capitulate to that request.
Thank you, Dr. Harper. I don't have any further questions now.
Cross-examination. Let's do this. It's now, hang on a second. It's 3 o'clock, we've been going since 1:30. Let's take a 15-minute break now, Doctor. in recess until 3:20. We're in recess 3:20, please.
What's it on the seal?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Good on the seal.
Okay. Cool. Ooh. She had some interesting questions, but she went for a
Water, if you don't mind?
while.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah. I think we Thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
And then we'll have another place to we'll probably close
It's because I'm so something brain soft. So I wasn't sure, so I kind of said,
Are you done? You haven't seen us? I think you worked a lot of hours.
and then
People think it's me.
I know, back here. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
They all get along, so. I don't know. Stress.
They just keep whining. They grow up and they're like really like people adopt the puppies and when they grow up and they're like huskies. They grow up some friends.
I forgot, I just gotta make that little crowd. Yeah, that'll be easy, but.
Right.
Just his face? Yeah.
I was struggling. It's hard.
Yeah. Like on the things. Yeah.
What?
Do you know how to do that? Oh, yeah. You just put it out. Yeah. No, it's such an unusual.
What? Oh, that sounds like really good. I've never had that.
Just do little groups. Someone else. The right pause and things that happen. It wasn't super great. I've got a lot of houses. Don't you know what I mean? Like,
What's that?
keep that. Okay, let's listen to.
As you're freaking baseball, I think that's what she's like. What? No, we don't baseball every day. We just like the kids lunches and stuff. We used to go like stuff today because we were done like 6, 7 o'clock last night. It's like I couldn't go to the store.
That seems so close. Like, can you retake that?
No, in Rome was better. Which is something, which is why he didn't wake up at all. He didn't go to bed until it was like 10:35. But he slept till like 6. Like, it was weird. He's never done that before. We woke up. He normally wakes up twice.
So they went back.
We were at the ball from 9 a.m. to like
Yeah.
5.
So, FIU.
They're going back.
I just said.
Hey, 5 weeks for Burns back.
There was the one we were talking about, the other death case. Yeah, G. Thomas on Thursday. What about Robert Davis?
That game has to be moved. It hasn't already been has to be moved. Corey Miles.
He's up for Thursday. At 1.
Thursday? I'm just saying we have an AM and a PM schedule. So A through H is going to be on the 9:30 calendar, J through Z. It's going to be on 1:30 calendar. So we have that, so it's in email now.
You want to start at 9?
Yes, it's 8:30, what's the minute?
8:30.
I have all those inmates that were A,
I mean,
Z,
that's
and
what
like,
we need to know, so what would you ask me?
I'm not seeing that over here. There's about 30 people, like only 2 or more inmates. So it's very, there's a lot of inmates.
Yeah, Corey Miles. Stays asking for it.
Almost every single one I look at right now. Maybe
And it's like, this is all I just feel worried about.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
Well, like one was Gene Thomas, and he's the best case. He's not.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
It's not emailed out.
Yeah.
So 100 cases.
You see, that's Thursday right there. That's a lot. That's a lot of papers.
Yes, fine.
What's our life program?
Yeah, let's say, so next year.
Tonight. If you'd like, or if you have another preference, I can try. Okay. Remember that. I actually really like this too.
I know too, yeah.
I tell you what, you fly or not fly?
Well, I found out they have their locations, St. John's Bluff. And you can order them at the beach location and pick them up at St. John's Bluff. So, I'll try to do that Thursday. I like that expression.
Very often to be on the coast How Dave described his girlfriend. She can be coffee nervous. They don't must feel that way.
You are really doing it. I'm going to be great babies and coffee.
We'll have a spread. We're gonna have people in here who don't even have cases.
Yeah.
So I can listen to our officers from their help. No, she has, they did tell her that they've done special occasions and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, I have to say, anyway. You bring everybody in.
All right, let's get everybody in. We can hear you in just a second.
X, what was called? What? Who was diagnosed with the X? Fragile X. I'll just say that for us. His head doesn't look that skinny.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
Good afternoon.
So other than the Wechsler, the IQ score, you did not administer any other objective testing to the defendant, did you?
I administered the test of memory malingering.
In regards to the Wechsler's full scale score you received, correct? You didn't do like the Minnesota personality inventory, any of those types of objective testing?
I did not do personality testing. I did administer the test of memory malingering. That's independent of the Wechsler.
Okay. And you did not actually diagnose the defendant with any mental disorder, correct?
No, I didn't.
Under the DSM-5, which is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual for Mental Health Disorders.
That's right.
So your testimony today as an expert, other than the IQ testing and the memory malingering, is just a reiteration of what you discussed with the defendant during your evaluations.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
When you were preparing for your evaluation with Mr. Burns, you said you reviewed deposition transcripts and police reports and some text messages, correct?
So I was able to see Mr. Burns first, and then I reviewed documentation second. So that's the order of the evaluation process.
You did not complete any interviews or speak with any of the individuals from those depositions personally?
No, I did not.
So when you get a deposition transcript, of course, in a deposition, the questioning is regarding the guilt phase or legal questioning about the facts of a specific case. Would you agree with me?
I mean, it occurs in response or in preparation for, but the questions can cover a lot of different aspects. Like there's social history, relational history, there are a variety of things that you can learn from a deposition.
Sure, and I've reviewed the depositions as well that you reviewed, and you would agree with me that the focus or the bulk of questioning was relating to the facts of the homicide and not a social or mental health history of the defendant.
No, I mean, things like business details, work, I think there's a rich source of information. I don't think it's just about facts of the homicide, not depositions.
But you did not speak with Mr. Silcox or Mr. Howard or Mr. Lloyd personally?
No, I did not.
And you didn't get the chance to ask them what may be clinically significant questions to you regarding work history, social history, or background?
I didn't ask any questions because I had the deposition. That's all I had to work with.
Right. You didn't have the financial documents from Little Man Electric?
No, I did not.
And other than those school records, you had no records of any kind of mental health history or previous IQ testing?
I did have jail medical records in which Mr. Burns was evaluated for mental health. So I had mental health records. I didn't have any other academic records beyond that from his childhood.
And the jail records you reviewed were after he was arrested for homicide and was in the Duval County Jail?
That's right.
And those records did not contain any diagnoses from the DSM-5 either?
That's right.
And you did not speak with Colby Burns or Kayleen Burns directly regarding their father's social history or the family history?
No, it's not common for a psychologist working on a case to contact the victim's family. That wouldn't be appropriate.
Dr. Harper, in your report, you stated that you believe the defendant suffered from low self-esteem and that it was your clinical opinion that he was willing to have transactional relationships with women to feel closeness.
Yes.
Is that something he told you specifically?
He told me about both of those aspects. That's my clinical opinion to put them together. So he told me about having relationships in which he supplied money, and he told me about feeling closeness in these sexual relationships.
Low self-esteem is not a mental health diagnosis, though, correct?
It's a symptom.
Right. And willingness to have transactional relationships with women to feel closeness to them is not a diagnosis.
No, it's a clinical pattern.
And I was just curious because you state it's your clinical opinion, but it's not ultimately an expert opinion because they don't relate at all to any type of mental health diagnosis.
No, that's not correct. It's a clinical pattern that, based on my experience and training in doing not only assessment and therapy, but in observing patterns of relating, it would be something that you can see based on my literature, review, and experience that occur in a person. Therefore, it's a clinical pattern, and therefore it is part of my expert opinion. It's not just something put out without a basis or foundation that's consistent with my education.
And that's what I was trying to clarify. During your direct testimony, you said several times that you believed or you thought or of the opinion certain things. And I want to be clear about where those opinions came from, if they came from what Mr. Burns told you himself. Specifically, you testified that you believed his primary role was to be a provider and you thought he was trying to break the cycle. Did that information come from something he said specifically?
That he was being a provider, yes, he said that. And there's, ample evidence of his long work history to provide money. So that is something that's from him.
But that portion where you said you believed he was trying to break the cycle, was that information that he said to you specifically?
No, it's evident in his behavior that he was trying to provide a better lifestyle.
I just didn't see in your report that phrase, breaking the cycle. So I was just wondering if that came from him specifically or if that's one of your opinions.
That's a clinical opinion based on observations and systems theory that a person who goes through these early, unstable backgrounds, they can break the cycle by producing a lot of effort to make their own family life different, and that is what he did.
And certainly within the legal system, we hear that phrase, breaking the cycle, often, most often in terms and context of breaking a cycle of violence. You had no information from Mr. Burns that he was the victim of a cycle of violence in his childhood, did you?
A cycle of violence? He didn't use that phraseology. He did say that he had been beaten both by his granddad and his grandmother.
And you also testified on direct that in regards to the reason that he was meeting up with Ms. Love was to give her money for her children. Was that information he relayed to you directly, or is that based on your clinical assessment of the evidence?
So that is what he self-reported to me, and that also came from the deposition of Sarah McCabe.
But you never interviewed Ms. McCabe or conducted any kind of assessments on her, though, correct?
No, I didn't.
You testified that you reviewed the text messages, or a version of text messages, between the defendant and Ms. Love, and you believed the overwhelming theme of the text showed a pattern that was readily obvious to you that she was asking for money. Was that something he relayed to you directly, or is that your assessment based on your reading of those text messages?
It's both.
And I guess what I want to make clear to the jury is when you met with Mr. Burns, your first interview that you did with him was in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been February 20...
Sorry, that's not true. It was in 2023. It would have been October of 2023 is what I have there.
Okay, so when I'm looking at your report, it says date of examinations 10/3/2024. 2/26/2024 and 3/26/2024. Is that just a typo then?
So it's listed correctly in the bullet, sources of information. Yeah, that's a typo at the top dates, but the sources of information listed,
Okay.
the session date.
And so when you first met with the defendant was in October of 2023. This case was obviously still pending, correct?
Right.
And when you met with this defendant in regards to this case, you specifically did not speak with him about the facts and circumstances of his involvement in the homicide, correct?
I did not.
Because if you were to speak with him about his state of mind, his intent, his knowledge of the crime itself prior to his trial, that could lead to admissions or confessions on his part, correct?
It could, but that wasn't my work task at the time. It was gathering the background psychosocial history.
And your testimony today is obviously for mitigation purposes, correct?
I am called by defense if they want to use what I have done in my assessment as mitigation purpose, that's fine. You could also have called me, that's fine too. I'm glad to testify if needed.
Okay. And your ultimate kind of opinion in terms of your purpose here today is to advise the jury about your belief in the defendant's susceptibility to outward influence due to his low IQ. Is that a base way to sum it up?
I do have an opinion about his vulnerability to suggestibility based on his IQ, and that is one opinion that I've offered.
And that opinion is being offered to mitigate his culpability in this homicide, correct?
If his defense team wants to present it that way, it's factual that he has a low IQ, and it is known through research and theory that that would render a person vulnerable to suggestibility.
The DSM-5 does have mental health disorders based on IQs, but the defendant did not qualify for any of them based solely on IQ alone, correct?
So you don't do just based on solely IQ alone. So I am pausing because I think that there may be a little bit of a difficulty in answering your question. The context that I'm in.
I can ask it differently because you got to the point that I was going to make, which is the DSM-5 recognizes that IQ alone is not an accurate portrayal of somebody's functional abilities in the real world, correct?
So it is a necessary prong in a certain diagnosis when there are other adaptive functions, as we say, a person's ability to be showing that their behavior is at the level expected of their age group in a normative, average, cognitively average group. So there is a more complicated answer than you're asking, but that's the way the DSM would phrase it.
Okay, so, and I'll try to backtrack and break it down a little bit more. The DSM-4, the prior version, which is the gold standard for your profession, did recognize intellectual and mental health disorders based on IQ alone, right?
It would reference those same adaptive functioning deficits, but the criteria were different.
And recognizing that using IQ alone is probably not an accurate portrayal of someone's abilities, the DSM-5 was updated to reflect that a practitioner, clinician, or forensic evaluator should consider both IQ and adaptive function, correct?
That's right.
So we've spoken a lot about his IQ testing that you've done in his academic records, and I want to speak about his adaptive functioning. So can you help me explain to the jury, adaptive functioning would be someone's activities of daily living or their ability to live in the world day to day, correct?
That's right.
And did you consider the defendant's adaptive functioning in your clinical assessment and coming to your clinical opinion?
I did.
And did you consider things like, other than his work history, his ability in terms of parenting and raising a family?
Yes.
What we all do as regular citizens per day, his ability to pass a driver's test and obtain a driver's license?
I did consider that.
His ability to file income taxes and taxes on behalf of his work?
Yes.
His ability to maintain self-care and to preserve his appearance, his ability to maintain hygiene, shower, preserve his physical appearance, that sort of thing.
Right, that was noted in his jail records as disheveled. They also made notations about that adaptive aging,
Right.
in relationship to his appearance.
Ooh, but that was in the Duval County Jail after he'd been arrested, correct?
Yes.
And charged with homicide, correct?
And so that's his first outside, I guess, rating of those kinds of factors by a professional. So the nurse noted that.
But those records also noted that once he was arrested, understandably, after his wife was murdered and he was arrested for her murder, he underwent a period of brief situational depression in the jail.
No, he denied having that, but he was housed in his suicide watch unit.
So his appearance in the Duval County jail was disheveled, but you did, obviously not conducting interviews of people who dealt with him day to day before his arrest. You don't know what his physical appearance was like in his normal life prior to arrest.
I only have the pictures. I reviewed some family photos, so I have that to reference.
And in those photos, he was able to maintain hygiene appropriately, correct?
He appeared so. I mean, they're at functions, so I don't know if it's a normal marriage where your wife would help clean you up a little bit, but he appeared average, or nothing stood out.
Okay. And as you already testified to, the defendant had no prior history of any mental health treatment of which you're aware.
That's right.
And no history of substance abuse or alcohol use disorder of which you're aware.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that he had self-esteem issues and he felt ostracized by his family and was looking for connectiveness.
Yes.
But you also mentioned that when he met Velvet Burns, that it appeared those needs were being met and he was suffering less from those symptoms, as you call them.
Right.
So in 2019, other than the financial stress of renovations, he was not suffering from self-esteem or a lack of closeness at the time of the homicide, was he?
So you can see those issues in the way that he is appearing desperate in his communications with Ms. Love and trying to make sure that she returns his expressions of love. And so I do think that that was present and part of their relationship.
And when you were reviewing the text messages, would you agree with me that Ms. Love also was frequently desperate for his attention and return of affection?
It is written that way, but based on her statements, I don't think that she actually was desperate for his love. She said she liked his money.
And what statements are you referring to? Because you didn't interview her yourself, correct?
Right. So I did watch her testimony in the recent, I guess this week. I'm trying to recall the date exactly, but I did see a portion of her testimony that is exactly what she was talking about.
And she was talking about that she was using him for money and didn't love him. You're talking about her trial testimony.
That's right.
But you would agree with me, her testimony was, at the time she was communicating with the defendant in those texts, he did not know that.
That's right.
And you never had a discussion with Mr. Burns prior to your testimony today about his mindset or his thought process regarding those text messages, correct?
No, we did talk about his mental state in terms of feeling when she was starting to restrict how frequently she responded to him, that created a lot of angst for him, and that he was trying to clarify through text her feelings for him or her intention to continue the relationship. So he did talk about his mental state related to that.
You didn't discuss with him, though, his mindset or thought process regarding a planned murder of his wife, did you?
No, he didn't disclose having a plan.
You didn't discuss with him his mindset or thought process in the weeks leading up to the homicide about his relationship with his wife, his desire to leave her, or his desire to have her murdered?
No.
And you did not discuss with him his mindset or thought process after the murder regarding those issues?
Well, we discussed how he felt that he had lost the best thing in his life, that it was a mistake to have associated with Amanda Love, that she had taken away the best thing that had ever happened to him. So he did discuss his mental state after.
And so he He believed that Velvet Burns' homicide took away the best thing in his life.
Yes.
And he discussed with you his relationship with Velvet Burns and how she was a good homemaker and a good wife and a good mother, correct?
That's right.
I'll come back to that in 1 minute, but I want to turn your attention again to some of your testimony regarding the IQ scores and the limitations on IQ. One of the things you testified to was that the characteristics of someone with a low IQ would be that they would have difficulty in general with reasoning and taking in new information, would take longer.
Yes.
Since you've watched the trial testimony, I now understand that and read the depo transcripts, familiar with the allegations in this case. Somebody with a low IQ would be able to process information if given several weeks or several months, correct?
Well, they're able to process information. So the quick answer is yes. It's always the level or artfulness of their processing. So what conclusions might a person reach? So at this level of functioning, it wouldn't necessarily be at some kind of sophisticated conclusion. They may not reach the same conclusion. Individuals at this level are more concrete. So as they were talking earlier today about like sarcasm as an example, that's a higher order of function. So you might understand that there's joking going on, but you might not understand why that's funny because you haven't processed at the same level.
And I understand that. So you mentioned missed social cues, the lack of ability for nuance. So somebody with a lower cognitive IQ would never say a statement like, could you give me pills to give my wife a heart attack and not be serious? That's a concrete thought. Would you agree with me?
I would not, because you said a person would never say. I think that people they're multifaceted. So I would not ever say that kind of blanket statement of somebody's ability. It depends on their circumstance. It depends on, what other kind of coping mechanisms they have.
Sure.
So.
I'll rephrase and make it more specific to this defendant. So you understand he made a comment, because you watched the trial testimony, that he wanted heart medication to give his wife a heart attack and or would electrocute her. Based on your assessment, someone with the defendant having a low IQ, that would not be a sarcastic comment, would it?
I don't think that's a sarcastic comment. That's just based on the reading of, a deposition. My interpretation of what was said in that deposition reads rather blunt, according to the way that witness phrased that. It was not a joke.
And you read the text messages, so you've reviewed the text messages from the defendant about paying someone $30,000 and wanting to call somebody who wants to come to his house and get the job done, so to speak.
I did see that.
And the defendant's low IQ and inability for social cues and nuance would mean that those statements were serious and not a joke.
It doesn't mean that they're serious. It's just, it is out there, meaning that it's something that was written. It's factual. I don't think that, again, that's like a very specific or elaborate plan. It's just a reference to someone else doing it.
The defendant's IQ score certainly would not prohibit him from coming up with a plan. It may prohibit how well it's executed, correct?
Or even the quality of the plan.
Well, we wouldn't be here if the plan was better quality, correct?
Probably.
In your evaluation, you discuss a little bit about the defendant's financials. Did you discuss at length with him anything about the business structure or his role as a supervisor?
I did.
And you mentioned that somebody else would assist with billing. Were you aware of the allegations of him skimming, I use that word because that's the word that Mr. Howard used, money from the business and being able to successfully hide that for some time?
So I did review information with him about the business structure and function. That's part one of your question. And then I did read in the deposition that he would maybe take on some side jobs that he was familiar with. So things he could do for cash that might not go through the bidding or the invoicing process that would be required when it was a job that involved, the little man electric.
So despite his low IQ, he was able to at least have some financial acumen to create this process whereby he's hiding money.
Well, I think that that sounds pretty elaborate. You can do a basic job. I mean, that's why people with a low IQ can work for labor ready or, to mow a lawn for cash. Like, I think it's like that. You can do a basic job function for money, even with a low IQ.
Mr. Burns wasn't mowing lawns. He was running a business, at least in part. He was an equal partner with Mr. Howard, correct?
So he was performing the bulk of the electrical work and working with the crew. When it comes to bidding for a job or being sent out to kind of see if a job could be done by their company, he would go to the site, he would take down some specifics of what the customer wanted, but he did not have the invoicing ability. In other words, to quote the job materials, manpower, and the right number of hours. That was performed by Ms. Howard, not him. And he was not doing the payroll and accounting.
Are you getting that information from the defendant himself or from your review of Mr. Howard's deposition?
Both.
Did you have the opportunity to view Mr. Howard's testimony during trial?
No, I didn't.
I want to ask you a question about a low IQ and susceptibility. Someone with a low IQ would be susceptible to other people's suggestions, correct?
Yes.
Would that be especially true if that person suffered from a substance abuse or alcohol use disorder?
You mean the person with a low IQ having a substance abuse? Well, I guess it depends on if they were impaired at the time.
Let's say they're impaired at the time. There is a user. They have a substance abuse disorder and a low IQ. Would that make them susceptible to outside influence?
Sure.
The comorbidity of those two things combined would make someone more susceptible than someone with one or the other alone, correct?
Sure.
Like Amanda Love, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Consider facts on that.
It's fine, Your Honor. I can move on.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
You mentioned earlier that you have testified for both the state and the defense.
Right.
And is that in regards to competency evaluations?
No, I also testified in a murder trial on a not guilty by reason of insanity. Testified for prosecution. I did not believe the person's claim of having insanity at the time.
Do you still do court-appointed competency evaluations in your current practice?
I do. I'm not on a wheel, meaning, just for explanation, there's a list that's used in different circuits of people that will be available to do court-appointed competency evaluations. You just have like a small number of people go down the list. I'm not on that list, but last year, prosecution asked for me as their second, even though I'm not on that list. So I still did a court-ordered competency evaluation. And this year, same for a juvenile. I guess they didn't have a lot of juvenile evaluators, and I was asked for in that circumstance by defense, so I got a court appointment to do competency.
Since 2021, has the kind of bulk of your practice been in the consulting field versus doing this court-appointed competency and we call them not guilty insanity evaluations, or has it been equal?
I would say my consulting work is very limited. I do actual fee-for-service work, meaning I'm seeing clients, so I'm not doing a lot of consulting. I do have some, but not that much.
In regards to capital litigation, cases where death notices are filed, do you work equally with state and defense?
I'm equally available. I've only been called by defense so far.
And how many times have you testified for the defense in a death penalty proceeding or capital litigation?
I can say with the death penalty, I think this is like my 14th time. I have 7 times appeared for competency testimony in a death penalty case, so it would be different than this kind of hearing. And then there are individuals that are being resentenced for capital felonies, and so I think that I probably testified about, I don't know, maybe like 17 times in some kind of proceeding like that.
And in terms of testifying in the penalty phase of a death proceeding regarding mitigation, how has that exclusively been on the defense side in the penalty phase?
Yes, because prosecution doesn't ask for mitigation.
And that was phrased poorly.
Okay.
When you've testified in the penalty phase of capital litigation, it's exclusively been for defense.
So far, yes.
And there's a whole industry in terms of capital litigation for mitigation experts and expert witnesses and that type of thing, correct?
I know they do conferences, so I would say that there is a field of work, people that are choosing, deciding that they want to do mitigation specifically.
And speaking of conferences, you've testified, or I'm sorry, you've presented at conferences regarding capital litigation previously, correct?
I have.
And in 2017, you presented regarding adolescent brain development at a conference held by the National Defense Investigator Association.
That's right. They asked for that presentation on adolescents.
And that was a seminar or conference specifically for defense attorneys and defense investigators and mitigation specialists on the defense side of capital litigation.
That's right.
And in 2019, you testified at the Holistic Defense and Leadership Conference by the National Alliance of Sentencing Advocates and Mitigation Specialists, correct?
I didn't testify, but...
I'm sorry, I say that word, but I presented.
Yeah, it was a presentation they requested, so I did present at their conference.
And I know you were sitting in here watching Mr. Mizrahi cross-examine Dr. Rubino. I'm going to ask you some of the same questions he asked. So you're court-appointed, but you are paid for your work in cases like this?
Of course.
And in this specific case, what is your hourly rate?
The order specified $200 an hour.
And you said you've completed over 8 hours of just about evaluation time with the defendant. How many additional hours have you devoted to preparation for your testimony today?
Well, I haven't done any specific billing, so I can speak in generalities.
Sure.
But just having reviewed the records that were available and scoring the test and writing that up, I would say that in addition to the service hours with the defendant, I probably have about 14 additional hours.
That includes writing your report
Right.
and preparing for your testimony. And then on top of that, you'll bill for your efforts today to be here to testify.
So my rate for appearance, my hours being here will be billable work, of course.
And is that it's the same rate, 200 an hour?
Yes, I believe the order specifies that.
And even though I don't have a low IQ, I still have to use my calculator for a tip. So you might have to help me with the math. How much would you estimate you're going to bill total for your work in this case?
Well, let's see. So there's it might be around like $6,000 or $7,000 total.
Redirect? No, thank you. Hey, Dr. Harper, yes. Dr. Harper, this one is yours. Okay, defense witness, my understanding that your last witness will be available for statement. Yes. Is there anything else you need to present today? No. Very well. All right, members of the jury, we have now reached the end of the testimony for today. We will begin again tomorrow promptly at 9:30. And so if you available, instruct your weather report and weather report. Don't forget to bring your sack lunch or working lunch tomorrow. And as I say, I expect the order of business, I expect relatively short breaks for the time. We will be closing arguments. There's only 2 closing arguments in a penalty phase. The state goes first and then the defense, so there's 2 penalty phase arguments. Then I will do instructions, what we're going to do tonight while you are out of the courtroom on evening break. We're going to get the instructions in order, so by the time y'all get back there tomorrow, we'll have those instructions ready and ready. So I will excuse you for the night. See you in another 30 minutes. Anything else? Anything we need to pick up?
Other than going over the jury instructions and proposed mitigation, good ones on things.
So does everyone agree he's not ID? I apologize. He's not ID.
Ms. Schlex and I addressed that before the trial, and my understanding of the law, Ms. Schlex agrees, is that the defendant, upon a recommendation, if he can present that at the time, when he does not, depends on the jury.
And Your Honor, to fully explain to the court, we had my client tested genetically for two different things. One was the Hutchinson disease, and the fourth is about Huntington's, excuse me, and the Fragile X. Through a lot of effort by myself, I brought it to LabCorp. We had everything that it should have been fine. For whatever reason, LabCorp consumed all of the 6 separate swabs we did of Mr. Burns for the other test. We did not know that until the Thursday before trial. As I was kind of conversing with Dr. Rubino, it had always been my impression that he did not think he could ever reach an opinion of ID. And he was saying, no, I absolutely need this result of the genetic X test before I could definitively say and do the adaptive functioning, which quite honestly was news to me. I then reached out to Mr. Mizrahi, told him of my concerns and about keeping our trial date. We then both, looking at the rule, realized that if that becomes necessary, we will. That's why I was so careful not to, and I tried to advise both experts that the use of the term ID is inappropriate in front of the jury. We are not there. It's not a definition we should be dealing with at all. We are dealing with the mitigating circumstance we would argue of extremely low IQ. Because that's what we can concretely show. Okay. And that's the only reason it got awkward is I was trying to question because he did not want them to use that phrase. I don't think it was appropriate.
All right. Well, I noticed the state in your cross. Hang on a second. Let's let Ms. Jenkins finish your phone call because I can't get attention. Thank you. All right. So, okay. So I understand. And I, like I say, I noticed the state. What's he putting around? What's he putting around the term? And so it just sparked my question to you. So you're saying at this point it's still undetermined?
But we didn't want to delay the trial. We didn't want to investigate that aspect of it yet because it might not be necessary depending on jury's finding. And if it is, then we can raise it at a different time, either at such an hearing or.
And if I file that motion, it would be an absolute good faith, having done everything, having accomplished everything that would be necessary.
I assume everything he files is a faith is like it goes without saying to the court.
I take the claim of ID very seriously.
No, I understand. And what I'm saying is that you can rest assured that the court always believes that you file everything. Okay. So let's go to the instructions. And I think as I mentioned this morning, that I had sent everyone the draft instructions. So let me get it myself. It should, the name of the file should be Final Instructions, Draft Penalty Phase, edited by MC.
This one's already going to put up on the screen, so it should work. With it.
Okay, so the first, anybody have a problem with the title of the instructions? Final instructions and penalties for taking capital cases.
No, no.
What about the first line?
State, it's appropriate.
Appropriate.
Make fun, I got it. Okay, all right. Anything anyone wants to, I mean, this is sort of, because this, none of this is titled, it's a little different than going from, you know, primary offense to lesser offenses, the venue, date, etc. So does anybody want to talk about any part of this instruction? I have not carbulaized the penalty-based instruction, the final ones, as much as I did the preliminary. So these are pretty much your standard instructions. The only thing I want when we get down to mitigating circumstances, A, it was submitted to me, Jerry Burns did not murder his wife. Well, the jury found differently. So what is the question? Is the mitigator requested that he in personally or?
Physically.
Physically.
Physically, that's what
That's probably a more appropriate.
the appropriate word.
All right, let's say the state.
I think it's improper, and I don't think it should be given.
Okay.
I just don't understand how, I understand the concept physically is certainly better than personally. So if you push a button and drop a bomb on somebody, did you not physically blow them up?
But you can argue that if they shouldn't give any weight to it.
Okay. I mean,
You know, I don't think the court would prohibit me from saying it.
What?
I don't think the court would stop me from making that argument.
I didn't.
No.
What I was doing
No, I
was
was
overruling.
responding.
What I was doing was overruling his objection.
Oh, sorry.
But I said that if he wanted to, I think that he can argue.
Sure.
Because we do these charge conferences so you'll know, well, not only to do the work before the jury gets back, but also so you'll know what instructions I'm going to give. So.
and I appreciate the court, and I understand you're overruling me, but I just wanted to put on the record, the problem I have with listing all of these things out is the court's giving it some level of credibility as a mitigator. And I think Ms. Schlacks, I agree with her, she is correct. If she wants to stand up and make the argument to the jury as a mitigator, that they should consider that, that's fine. We put it in the instructions, it has some legal veracity to it, and so that's why I
Well,
thought.
I also instruct on the aggravators too.
Oh,